after we. Also, you can probably introduce it then.
Peace and love, everyone. Happy Friday. It's Dulcinea.
Peace and love. Big Mama in the house. Sister Freedom. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds.
It's D to the O to the T to the S. What's up, y'all? Happy Friday.
It's Friday, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Every time.
Shout out to the folk in the chat. OTK, William, Paul. What's up, y'all?
Yes. So tonight we're going to have a hot topics discussion. We're going to start off by talking about this VP debate. You guys put in the chat who you think won the VP debate and just different points that you guys thought was really important or highlights from that. And then we're going to go into what's happening today with Israel. So you have okay, good. We'll go ahead and start off with some highlights from the debate.
Oh, look, our favorite headache, Bad Hombre's in the building already. Hey, Bad Hombre. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Hit the link, Bad Hombre. You see it's dropped. Stop being scared. I never knew red pill people to be so scared of women. You know, that's just what I thought, you know. You do not have the spirit of Kevin Samuels.
Here we go.
The future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear a mask.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate.
If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear?
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it.
You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen
Want
Square
me to stop?
protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio.
Please. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I just want y'all to know that I feel like, and Dots, I'm not, I don't know what you queued up here, but on the first thing that was done, the question was, because see, parts of this is gone. All of this is that's being played is favoring the other guy, JB, or what's his name is, I forget what his name
JD
is.
Vance.
JD Vance, but this is CBS.
No.
This is live CBS.
Let me finish. The question, the first one was, did Donald Trump win the last election with when he lost to Biden? And he did not answer it. Vance did not answer it, and he skipped on and went into something else about Kamala Harris. On the second thing, it's always something that is missed, and then it goes in. So what you're telling me, Dulcinea, is CBS skips the good parts, skips the questions that's asked to try to just pull out parts that makes this man looks like he's saying something bad. So you're not hearing the questions that was asked. That's what's going on here.
No, I'm saying that it's a highlight. When you watch the highlights of a football game, you don't see everything that happened to the touchdown. You just see the touchdown. You don't see everything that happened to the pick six. You just see the pick six. So this isn't CBS trying to be anyway. CBS is like fronting liberal. They're just giving you the highlights. Like, this is the most important parts of the debate.
Absolutely not. The most important part would have been to put on here the question. Because
we're not
I
done.
looked at it twice. The question was, did he win the last election? Talking about Trump, which he should have said no. But what's his name again?
Waltz.
No, not Waltz. Was Vance. Vance never answered the question. He just went into it. And the question, excuse me, got it right. She asked, before you were saying that Trump was the worst thing that could have ever happened to America. He had all negative things to say about Trump, but Trump decided to make him his running partner. So all of a sudden now he agrees with some things that, and I was wrong about Trump. I was just going by, but you had all this rude and ignorant and negative things to say about Trump before he picked him to be his running mate. See, those parts, if this is CBS or whatever, Fox or whatever, those parts are being knocked off purposely. So it's making it look like, I'm just being honest because I've seen the debate 2 or 3 times. So those parts are pulled off purposely. So y'all not really getting the meat and potatoes, in other words, of what really was being said. It's just making the coach look bad. I just want to make sure that when you're listening to this, you're missing parts. That's all.
So let me respond, because this is not Fox News. So that's why I was trying to make sure we weren't going to give any kind of misinformation. This is not Fox News. This is not an associated Fox News. I was just muted the entire time that you were speaking. Thank you. So this is not Fox News. This is not an affiliate of Fox News. This is CBS. So CBS is affronting as far as just C-SPAN. It is just the news of political. So this isn't a highlight that's saying, okay, we're taking JD Vance's side or we're taking Tim Walz's side. As you can see, because we watched 3 consecutive ones, they didn't show us what the question was for any of them because they're just a highlight. So what they're doing is highlighting the moments that people like that were best for JD Vance, and they're highlighting the moments that people like best for Tim Walz. As far as the January 6th being brought up like it's an important question, it's really not. January 6th is not an important topic when it comes to this election, but I get why people are trying to emphasize it so much that what happened on January 6th should be on all of our minds. It's not. When we're thinking about food prices, when we're thinking about these immigrants, we're thinking about all this stuff that's going on in 2024, January 6th is the last thing on most people's minds. But they have to be like emphasizing this over and over. So if there's a reason why that question wasn't, it's because it's not important. It has nothing to do with what's going on right now in our lifespan.
Okay, you done?
Okay, can we finish watching a highlight video?
Wait a minute, guys. I made sure that we can look back at it and see if anybody interrupted me while I was talking. That's not even important. But what is important is truth. January 6th is very important. If somebody is citing a riot where people got killed and you were so disrespectful that you went to a building that's supposed to be one of the most important buildings for the United States and caused a riot where people got killed and the vice president was threatened to be hung. I mean, I don't know why that anybody would think that that wasn't important. It is very important that one person could have that much control that they could tell a group of white supremacists, no less, to go to a building. I don't even know where January 6th came up because I don't know who mentioned January 6th. But being so that was brought up, it was very important and actually frightened. But that's just frightening. That is only my opinion. And I think this was geared up to make Walsh look bad. That is only my opinion. So, because I can go in here and find highlights.
Okay.
That makes Vance look, that makes JD Vance look bad. It's just
Okay. Let's continue.
And other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told him to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America.
We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
I don't talk about my faith a lot, But Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn out of the
debate,
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
You know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. One of them is actually very dear to me. She felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not. And that's the problem. I got a 17-year-old and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns. But I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that you're...
Okay. I'm going to stop it there just to pause.
But you see what I'm saying now, Sister Freedom? That it's just highlights. They took the best of both people and they didn't show us any other questions. They're just getting like the best points of everybody's talking points. It's not leaning towards Vance or Walls. It was for them both. I thought that this was pretty equal. I thought this was a pretty good highlight reel. Thoughts?
Well, what do you think of in terms of the meat and the potatoes, right? So that hombre said this was a beatdown. I think that, to be honest with you, I think that the vice presidential debate was much more entertaining than Trump and Harris was. I thought that, to be quite honest with you, a hot ticket, and I've said this many times before, for me at least, is that immigration. There's, we know that there's always been a war in the Middle East, but even, I know we're going to get into that shortly, about Iran bombing Israel or retaliating against Israel. I think though that Waltz, right, when they were asking him that question regarding China, like, listen, were you in China? You said that you were there during the, what was it, the Tiananmen Square kind of thing. All he had to do was say, all right, you know what, I made a mistake. But no, he went all the way, he walked all the way around the mulberry bush to try and skirt that issue. Just say, bro, I lied. Or there's a better way to say it, right? But be honest. Don't keep, but that's just, for me, that's just a highlight of the fact that they both are speaking complete and utter BS, right? I really am turned off by the selections of the presidential candidates. But what can we do? And the last point that I want to make, especially with the Second Amendment, that right to bear arms, that's very serious. I don't understand I used to have more of a liberal view, like, oh yeah, they need to limit the amount of firearms. But at the end of the day, guns don't kill people. People kill people. That's a fundamental right to bear arms. And especially within our demographic, that's hella important. That's making sure that you are able to protect your persons, protect your family, protect your property, right? That's a constitutional right. And so I don't even know how they would even go about restricting or limiting the use of firearms. But no, I completely disagree with that point. What do you ladies think? Who do you think? Well, I don't even know why I'm asking that because I already know the answer. But yeah, that's the hi Niambi. That's my
You may be
spiel.
surprised at my answer.
Yeah.
You want me to give my answer, or did you have something you wanted to say, Dulcie?
You
Well,
can
we
go
know.
ahead and give your answer.
Actually, I don't think it was a winner. The reason why is because, okay, I, of course, did not by no means agree with the things that Vance said, just straight out was lies to me. But what I will give him is his smooth talking. He has a smooth way of talking, which makes it like the little stuff. Like I do think that Walsh could have just said, I had my dates wrong. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just, trying to make an excuse for a mistake that he might have made, because he clearly went to Hong Kong with several times. All he had to say was, I just had my dates mixed up. That's all. But I do think that the other guy, Vance, did a lot of lying, because I've heard him talk when he was with Trump and their rallies and things, and the things that he said on the debate were opposite to the things that he says when he's at the rally, especially about abortions, and especially about uh, um, family situations, just a lot of little different things that he said. I do not think this debate that's was better than the debate between Kamala Harris and Trump, because those are the main characters. That's why I don't think it was. But I was really geared up to hear these two men anyway talking. But I think it was sort of a tie. And like I said, because I think that Vance was just doing a lot of lying, but he got a smooth way of talking. He's a good talker. But if anybody had been listening to his rallies and listening to him talk, they just would have known that straight up he was lying. And that's the majority of what people were saying. He just was a good talker, smooth talker, but a liar. Then the other guy, he was nervous. You could tell he was nervous. And like I said, he could have just said, I had the wrong dates. But that's the only thing that I could simply say that he was not telling the truth about. That was it. Other than that, I mean, I didn't see where he had told the truth, but he was kind of nervous talking and wasn't as slick talking as the other guy. That's the only thing that I could see. That's why I see him as being sort of a tie.
All right. So I would say that Vance won. I do think this was a better debate because there was more emphasis on the things that we care about. And I'll say I think Vance did a lot better than Trump, because they were saying things to trigger Trump, to be like, oh, this, and he shouldn't have focused on whether his rallies are bigger or people don't leave his rallies. Like, that's stupid to get caught up in those things, which Trump is you could easily get him caught up in that. And I think Vance is good as far as of just being like, no, let's stay with what people care about. And I think that's why he won this debate overall, because at any given point, he's stuck with what our care is most, and then emphasize that. But I think all of it to me is a distraction still, because no one's really talking about the policies that they plan, how they plan on doing it. I mean, there's talking points of some policies. I'm going to lower food prices, or I'm going to do a tax cut, but there's no emphasis on actually what either candidates' real plans are once they become the president. I think they're leaning way too much on the stuff, what happened in the past, and not, okay, what's going to happen when you become president. That'd be my opinion.
Go ahead, Freedom. Go
I
ahead.
think. Oh, I'm sorry, that's what you're about to say. Anything? It was a
I'll go
pause.
after. No. I'll go after you. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I think that people are missing maybe some of the conversations that take place through YouTube, because I know everybody don't have time to just sit around and look at everything that comes on about Kamala and Trump. But there's been many times that I have seen where Kamala is explaining how, because the question is asked to her, how do you, especially when I think she was sitting down with the same people that Trump was sitting down with, and they asked her, well, you say you're going to do this, you say you're going to do that, you say you got plans to do this, but where we know that Trump said in the debate that he wasn't sure, he's still working on stuff. But she gave ways on how she could do that. And even in this debate with these two gentlemen, he was saying, well, if we do, they was asking him, how are you going to do these things that y'all talking about? And he said, well, the tax cuts that they were giving the real rich people, well, if we give them the same taxes that we give everybody else, instead of giving them a big old tax cut, I don't quote me exactly how he said it, but he was saying there'd be a whole bunch of money left over to do the things that we are trying to do if Kamala becomes president. And also when she was asked, she was given reasons and ways on how she had said she was going to do these things. I don't know if people got selective hearing or they just didn't get a chance to hear these things, but every time she gives a sit down interview, which I do think she should give more interviews, and she has been trying to do more, she is given plans on what she plans to do, policies she plans on changing, reasons why she said what she said about the gun laws, on how she is really going to check fact people who are getting guns because of the killing that is taking place in the cities, in the schools. And I think it's very important that you really check people who are buying guns. We know that guns come in illegally. We can't do nothing about that. But she is right. You are supposed to check people who are legally having guns. They are supposed to be checked. Now, I just think that myself, if that was me, I would want to check who is putting the gun, because people get a gun, and for some reason when they get a gun, they get an S on their chest, like yo, I wish you would, I got something for you type thing. It's like it gives them extra oomph to want to do something to people because they know that they got a gun, even if it's legally. I just look at things that way.
Okay. Well, to be fair, to be fair, so I'm going to play a snippet of Kamala Harris's speech at Madison, Wisconsin, where she spoke. And she also spoke to, I guess she was there, and she was saying that it's really, it's her first time there in Madison, Wisconsin. And she spoke to like her family's roots when she and her sister Maya, when they were much younger, apparently they lived in Madison, Wisconsin, because her parents taught at the university. And so she said that, Wisconsin is her home. You know what I mean? So she just speak a little bit to her roots, which was interesting. But let's hear what she has to say in regards to her rally speech. I don't know how many of you saw this yesterday. Actually, it wasn't yesterday. It was 2 days.
So good to be back in Wisconsin. I thank you, everyone, for being. Please have a seat. I thank you all for being here. But I have to emphasize that every time I come here, and Liz, I was actually a kid here too when my parents were at the University of Wisconsin, so we have that in common as well. In fact, Tony Evers always says when I land, "Welcome home." But I say all that to say, every time that I've come here recently, one of the conversations that we have, all of us together, is how much we love our country. and that really is the binding factor in us all being together and taking the time to be together, to really just renew and remind everyone of what is at stake, but born out of love that we have this fight. And I want to thank you, Liz Cheney, for reminding us that regardless of party affiliation is a factor that binds us all. And so I thank you for your support and your leadership and your courage. I also want to thank all the other great leaders who are with us today. Governor Tony Evers, where is he? Thank you. Mayor Grant.
It's
More
all
about
good.
Liz Cheney. You all know her leadership, and she has obviously and so importantly been a leader for the people of Wyoming, but she has also been an extraordinary national leader and has served with great honor. And she not only, as she has talked today, recognizes that character is among the most important attributes of leadership, but she also personifies that attribute. And she possesses some of the qualities of character that I most respect in any individual and any leader. Courage, especially at a moment like this, where there are so many powerful forces that have been intent on trying to demean and belittle and make people afraid. And there are many who know it is wrong, and then there are those who have the courage to speak out loudly about it and the conviction to speak truth. And, you know, it is so admirable when anyone does it, and especially when it is difficult to do in an environment such as this. But Liz Cheney really is a leader who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support. And I also want to thank your father, Vice President Dick Cheney, for his support and what he has done to serve our country. Every endorsement matters, and we know that our oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America is a sacred oath, an oath that must be honored and must never be violated. And your words today and the reason we are all here today, I think really do underscore perhaps one of the most fundamental questions that is facing the American people in this election. Who will obey that oath? Who will abide by the oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America? I have had the privilege. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution 6 times in my career, including as vice president, as a United States senator, and as the top law enforcement officer of the largest state in our country. Responsible for upholding and enforcing the laws of the state and the laws of the United States was the work I did. And I have never wavered in upholding that oath. And I have always executed it faithfully and without reservation. And therein lies the profound difference between Donald Trump and me. He who violated the oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. And make no mistake, he who, if given the chance, would violate it again. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. And as you have heard and know, he refused to accept the will of the people and the results of an election that was free and fair. As you have heard, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. He threatened the life of his own vice president and refused to engage in the peaceful transfer of power. And let us be clear about how he intends to use power if elected again. He has called for jailing journalists, political opponents, anyone he sees and deems as being an enemy. He has pledged to destroy the independence of the Department of Justice. And he called for deploying our active duty military against our own citizens. Well, I believe you and my running mates both. Well, listen, I believe that anyone who recklessly tramples on our democratic values as Donald Trump has, anyone who has actively and violently obstructed the will of the people and the peaceful transfer of power, as Donald Trump has, anyone who has called for, I quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States, as Donald Trump has, must never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Is that there is actually an honest question about whether one of the candidates will uphold the oath to the Constitution of the United States. That is the tragic truth of this election, that this is actually an honest question that we are having as Americans. And I know the vast majority of us agree that.
So, hi, OTK.
Yeah, I was wondering if we was going to listen to the whole thing.
Not at all.
I was waiting. Go ahead, y'all.
I'm curious to hear. I'm curious. I just want to ask you guys. I'm curious to hear when she talk about who will uphold the oath of the United States, right? And exactly what those oaths are. What do you think?
Well, I guess one of the oaths is you have to go by the Constitution, right? You can't just do things against the Constitution and think that people are not going to pay attention to it. You know what? I wish I would have had it geared up where you've seen where they've been going to court. And I'm sorry for skipping off the subject a little bit because you're bringing up the Constitution situation. And it just dawned on my mind when you were just showing this, where I hope everybody gets the opportunity. I'm gonna have to find it where they see about their immunity of what they can get as presidents and law enforcement people and the people that are in Congress, presidents, vice presidents, whatever, what they can get away with. And you'll hear the man say that if a regular person like me or you did the same thing that people do when they have office, they're immune from it. They can do it and get away with it. As long as they're in office, they were even naming stuff Obama did. They named stuff that former presidents did. And everything that they did, if we did, we'd be underneath the prison, the jail, prison, however you want to say it. Did you see that, OTK? They go on to court about the things that Trump is being charged with as a felon. That really and truly, all of the things, even the January 6th thing, the things that he did to women, all of the things, the cheating, they named all of the things that he was being charged for. He had voters, things that he had stolen or did something with them. Everything that he is being charged with by him being a president or a former president, it could be all wiped away. I couldn't believe it. So you got our brothers and other people in jail for supposedly breaking the rules and regulations that are under the Constitution, the amendments, and the rules and regulations for the state and the city. They're in jail for it. That the law, which we know the police can just kill somebody and get away with it. And if you were president, vice president, work for the Congress, whatever, you could stand in the middle of Times Square and shoot somebody. And if you're a president, you could probably get away with it with immunity. I'm gonna find it, and the next time I'm make sure it's being played, because it was unbelievable to me. It was just totally heartbreaking. So I'm gonna try to find it. But they're supposed to, as law enforcement and also being presidents, vice presidents, Congress, they are supposed to all uphold the Constitution, from my understanding. So that's all I had to say about it.
Mm.
All right. I was gonna just go back to something that Niambi said, and then y'all can talk more about Kamala as far as what she said in this speech. But I think it's important what Niambi was saying as far as when it comes to the tax cuts. As someone that's a proponent of those tax cuts, it is true as far as saying like you're going to tax cut um, the lower income and force the higher incomes to pay more or not give them as many tax cuts. It really ends up being a detriment more than being like it has no effect, because what they do is to control their bottom line. Then there's way more as far as layoffs, way more of getting people, foreigners, that you get to pay less under the table, or even outsourcing jobs in which the tax cuts were based on being America first. That's what Trump established. The more corporations were hiring Americans, using American resources, not actually importing from out of the country, but using our own resources as far as for cars, etc., then those companies would see tax cuts. So that allowed it as far as for people to remain here, to put American first. So I'm for those tax cuts. As far as the Constitution goes, not enough people know the Constitution to even debate whether a candidate is following the Constitution or not. It's so easy to say either one of them are not following the Constitution because no one reads the Constitution for themselves.
OTK, what do you think?
Hey, man, I'm thinking about Harris, man. Harris for president, man.
Yes.
Wow,
Harris
let me stop before I get y'all channel flag, man.
What did you say?
Nah, hey, listen. Hey, sis, you know how I stand. They all damn immigrants. So when they talk about all this deportation, are they going to just deport to each other? Is he going to deport his wife? What is going on? Let's be for real here now. What is really going on now? I think states controls the borders. Federal government helps them control it. But states control the border, y'all. State controls who comes in and out, not the feds. So this fight, everybody won't take this fight to the president, them boys and all that. They can say, hey, yo, it's a lockdown, lock the borders. States don't have to lock their borders. Countries have to, but not states. You see what I'm saying? So ain't none of them good for us. Shit, tell you the truth. One get into place, they, from what I'm hearing from Dosey and everybody else, they're gonna replace us again for the 10th time. And then if the other one get into place, he's gonna turn this into like China, where it's just in Russia, like it's just a president for life. And you know what I mean? It's gonna be a bloodline thing, you know. So it's scary. I tell you that much. It's scary, especially to
Yeah.
see y'all people in the upper states and stuff like that really going through this. That's why I be like, man, damn. You know what I mean? That y'all seeing that influx like that. It's crazy, man.
I think too, like, you know, when you know, like, I can understand why a person would bring up the moral character of a candidate, right? To say, like, well, you know, like with Bill Clinton, you know what I'm saying? With Monica Lewinsky, for example, right? The poor man or whatever almost got his head chopped off, okay, for getting the BJA in the presidential office. It's like, really? But I think, like, when we talk about the moral compass or the moral character of a president, those are two different conversations. Because, you know, morality is very subjective, to be quite honest with you. There is a spectrum, right? So that's number one. And then number two, you could be a terrible person, right? You can have a morally corrupt soul and a morally corrupt spirit, but be a hell of a president, right? So you don't have to necessarily be this good moral person to be effective in a role of presidency. I think those are two very different conversations. And to be honest, because I know we've said this before in terms of, you know, presidential elections, they're selections, they're not real elections, right? And Liz Cheney standing behind Kamala Harris, that, I mean, it shows you clear as day. It's nothing good coming from that woman. That energy just looks vampirish. It's succubus energy. And when you get to that level, when they talk about the oaths that you take, that's some real serious shit. And at the end of the day, let's be clear, okay, that, you know, what the role of the executive branch is, what the commander in chief is supposed to do, right? And so as long as the person, because I don't think one individual has enough power, right, to overtake or change an entire system that's been in place, right, since 1776, right? So the bottom line is, you know, I think that Kamala Harris, I mean, we don't know her moral grade. Hold on, you guys. Yeah, I hear all that noise in the back. Give me a second. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, so I think that talking about someone's, you know, a moral character is one subjective, and whether or not a person is horrible in real life, they could be a hell of a president. They could be, you know, their job, their role, and what it entails. They could be very good at it. So that's my landing point. But I'm really disgusted. I am. I'm turned off. And you know, I do think that and tell me what y'all think. I do think that there is a difference in how people, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, how people perceive politics generationally. Because I feel like those who are a little bit older, right, than let's say my age demographic, they have a very different viewpoint. You know, like my aunts, for example, my aunties or my older cousins, for example, they're pro Kamala Harris. And the reasons that they would give you sound very similar to some of the things that Freedom and OTK was just saying, right? But then you have this younger demographic where it seems like as I'm listening, right, to different news outlets, they have a very different view of Kamala Harris. So I think age definitely has something to do with it as well in terms of selecting. I really do. See, Noble said I was right. Boom. Thank you, Noble.
You do.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that too.
You do?
I mean, to tell you the truth, Dots,
Oh, wisdom.
ain't nobody can sit here and tell the next person you're wrong for feeling the way you feel.
Right.
Right.
Let's be fair.
Yeah, and I don't think that people need to get so up in arms. You know what I'm saying? Up in arms about it at the end of the day, right? It's not, because at the end of the day, it's not the popular vote that's going to elect the president. So, and we've
Thank you,
seen
sis.
And that's right, where a person will lose the popular vote, right?
Yeah.
But win the electoral college and become president. So
Right. It says, did you see that thing I sent you in the message about who really runs this shit? This is why I came to the conclusion like they all messed up, is because you got this faction behind this presidency that puts people into place. I sent it to you.
yeah. No, I didn't see. You sent it to me?
Yes, I did. Check
Oh,
your
okay.
check your
Okay.
messages. Yeah, I sent it to Dosey too. I sent the email to Dosey though. But yeah, man, check that out, man. That right there takes us back to this whole presidential. Man, it's crazy. Every president before this era right here, before that era, what I just sent you, sis. Every time we
Mhm.
went to war with somebody, immigrants came.
Immigrants came.
Immigrants came.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
did these immigrants have room at?
Mm.
Okay, where did they make room at for these immigrants? And let's talk
What do you
about New
mean?
York, the
What do you
major
mean?
hub of immigrants.
What do you mean by that? What? Uh,
How did they make room? They had to move the people that was there out, right? Correct?
you know what? Go ahead, OTK. Keep talking because me and Freedom, we had this conversation on the phone a few days ago,
Yeah.
and we were
So,
talking about the impact of immigration. I was saying that I see a direct impact of especially if they're illegal immigrants across the border. And Freedom was like, no, that's not true. Crime hasn't gone up. We had a difference of opinion. So go ahead.
no, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that things haven't gone up because we see things happening now. See, it's a difference. It's also a difference between illegal immigrant and immigrants. See, these
Right.
ones who was coming across here, at least they got well, a lot of them. I don't even think, man, through Florida, they got documented. Through New York, I can't speak for New York. But a lot of those Latins that came through in that immigration with Cuba, with Castro, when all that was going on, they got documented. Now,
Mhm.
some didn't. We know it's always going to be some that escaped through. But I don't know nothing about if these Irish, these Italians, these French that was coming through New York Harbor, looking at the Statue of Liberty, coming on in. I don't know if they was documented.
Well, Ellis Island closed, I believe, in the 50s. So Ellis, that's usually if you're coming into New York City, I mean, they did it through Ellis Island. And Ellis Island closed, I think, 1959, if I'm not mistaken. So that's not an entryway any longer.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
okay,
not an
okay.
entry any
So,
longer.
but how much people came in from the time it was open to the time it closed? This
Well, I can't give you exact numbers, but I can tell you that, like, it's
exactly,
in the early
exactly,
1900s,
yeah,
that was the entryway.
exactly.
It was
Man.
through, yeah.
I wasn't looking for you to give me no number, sis. It was really a rhetorical question. I didn't look for you to give me no
Yeah,
number because we can't count.
yeah.
Now, let's think about these real people who still got real blood in Mexico, who are indigenous in Mexico, and then they got mixed in with other people, just like us in America. Are they illegal immigrants?
Yeah, we've had this conversation before, actually. Well, according to, after
French
the war with Mexico, technically, right? They put down a boundary and they said this is, now considered United States and this is now considered Mexico. But I understand your point in terms of it once being Mexico, all of Mexican land. I get that. Yeah.
No,
But
no, not all of the United States was Mexico land, but it went up
no,
into
not
it came up into
the
us though. It
Southwest.
came up
Yeah.
into us.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Southwest.
So
Right.
that's a big you know what I mean? Let's look at all these immigrants that they brought through in Cali for the railroad system, or before that, to blow up the mountains, to start making the railroad systems. You know what they did with half of those Asians that, well, let's say Pacific Islanders and Asian, those indigenous people that they took. You know what they did with them after they got through with them? They shipped most of them to Mexico.
And let me see.
LTK a question when you get done.
Go ahead.
No,
I was going to say that Maurice had mentioned something that made me think. He said that they said there's Chinese immigrants that come over here all the time, but no one sees them or knows where they're at. And actually, that's the reason why I highlighted that point is because there has been an influx of illegal Asians, if you will, right? Especially from China, Vietnam, like those areas, they have been coming through illegally through Mexico, actually. But when we think of illegal migrants, we don't think of those those types of people. We often just think about Central Americans, But there has definitely been a huge influx of Asians into the United States. Absolutely.
Right. But a lot of those people came through after the bombing too. After the bombs, the atomic bombs we dropped on them too, we started bringing their peoples over here because they wasn't inhabitable over there. That's like I tell y'all, every time we go to war with somebody, dog, we always make a refuge for them to come. That's part of it. That's part of it. If y'all study any war we ever been in, notice the people that came in afterwards. So that's why these people down in Mexico, stuff like that, they like, you know what, man, no, we about to roll up in here. They bringing all these other people in from other countries, man. We about to roll it. This been our land. We've been in a mixing with. We've been up in these places with these people. They got right. That's crazy thing, sis, man. Like crazy, sis. The way they got it now, man. They got us all confused with. Man, they just got the story.
I can't hear him. He's going in and out.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
I just want to ask you a question that anybody.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask your opinion on what you think about this. Prior to the rules and regulations of becoming a illegal immigrant, anybody that came over here that prior to that, do you see them as being illegal immigrants?
Hold on, say that again one more time, Goddess.
Prior to them making the rules and regulations on how to come to America to be a legal immigrant. Because before that, people just bogarted and came over here. Right? The people that
Correct.
were over here before the rules and regulations, so they would be illegal immigrants, correct? Just making sure that I'm seeing that the correct way. Okay.
Correct. But you know what they do though? Go ahead. You got another question? Yeah, you know what they do though. I see this
is illegal immigrants. There's been a lot of things, because what I hear is that you're an American if you're born on American soil. That's what I hear the political people saying, that if your child is born here, because that's what they're talking about with the immigrants. Because what's happening, if you're an illegal immigrant but you have a baby on America's soil, the baby is legal, but the parents are not legal. But they're seeing the child as being a legal American because they were born on American soil. That's why I hear them say. So we know that Trump's parents are German and Scottish, which are not American. And Kamala Harris is being judged because her parents came over here legally, but because but she was born in America, but the parents were not. And that's what she's been a lot being judged by as well. Besides is she colored thing? Is she black or whatever you want to try to say? So I've been trying to figure out what's the difference. His parents aren't from America. Now, I don't know if they came over here legally or not illegally, because it's never really talked about. Her parents are not from here. So they're saying she's not American, but born on America's soil. He's born on America's soil. So that makes him American. But she's not considered American because her parents wasn't born here, which makes absolutely no sense. I don't even know why her race is such a big deal, but I just want to make sure. How do they know too, OTK, that just because
Hold up, that's not. No, I don't. I didn't hear anybody. I didn't hear anyone say that the issue is whether she's American or not.
I've heard
No, no. The issue was the quote unquote pandering in terms of her ethnicity. It had nothing to do with her nationality and where she was born. I didn't hear that.
Well, besides a few people, a lot of people see her as not being black, but there's many people that do see her being black. But I was just because I've heard people say that as well. I've heard people say that y'all better stop bringing up Candace Owens, because if I bring up Jasmine Crockett, no competition. But at the same time,
Candace trying to get her black card back after she wore that White Lives Matter shit with Kanye. Let's be for real. Her ratings went down. Now you want to attack
Jasmine Crockett.
Sister. What makes me mad is that she's attacking another sister. I don't give a whoop. Why is y'all attacking another sister? You got enough going on. If anything, you out there, yo, sis, I think you should put this in play.
Little girl.
Yo, we need to be telling her shows about.
You're breaking up, OTK. You're breaking up.
You are. Your phone is going in and out.
No, it sounds. Try to talk now. Talk. Say something now, OTK, because it was coming across a little bit unclear. All right. Well, he's probably. Hey, you guys in the chat. Welcome, Asiatic, the real Gotti. We didn't say hi to Trap. We got Noble in the building. Ja Inky, Rael, Peace, Maurice, Orthella. How are you, baby? Ja Inky. Who else didn't we say hi to, you guys? Welcome, y'all. Make sure most hated one.
I'm going to finish asking you the question, the last question.
Like the stream, please. Yeah, we're waiting on OTK to come back in now, so he's clear. Make sure y'all like the stream. What's up, Roland?
Well, I can just say this, and maybe Dulcinea and you can answer the question, because OTK did go out, and what y'all think about this. Okay, a lot of crime is being pushed on immigrants, saying the crime went up, the crime this, that, and another because of immigrants coming over here. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how they know that. It's the immigrants. Like, is things just being blamed on them because they are immigrants, or they're seeing that it's like they're locking up all these immigrants? And I mean, is it the illegal immigrants? Because it would seem like that they're trying to escape from poverty and everything that's going on where they're coming from. I can't imagine them coming over here trying to get away from all of that to just do a whole bunch of crimes. And of course, they have also did statistics, and the crime rate is down. But I'm just saying, it just seems like since the election and everything that's going on, a lot of things are being said, rape, all this here stuff, terrible things on immigrants. Well, of course, like, Americans don't do those things, which is another lie. But every time, because of the debate situation, it sounds like immigrants are being blamed for things they not doing. It just, I mean, just like the lie about them eating dogs and cats. It just seems like because of the election, immigrants are being blamed for crimes that, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying it just appears that they're being blamed for crimes that's not happening, or it's a very dangerous thing to do too, because it can cause them to be hurt even if they didn't do anything. But it just seems like that. I don't know. It just got worse since the election. What you think, OTK?
I just came back in. Got us. All I heard was a low part of what you said.
Okay, I just was saying, do it seem like because since the election, all of a sudden immigrants are being accused of things that I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying that they don't do crimes, because Americans do crimes. Let's make sure we say that too. And Americans traffic, sex traffic and all that. Look what's going on with Pete Diddy, accusing him of stuff. But what I'm trying to say is it just seems like immigrants are being now blamed for things that may not altogether be true on them because of the political thing that's going on.
Yeah, I seriously think this is the pushback to Black Lives Matter. Since y'all want to defund police, okay then, we're just gonna flood your neighborhoods. Watch, y'all gonna be calling us. That's see, I'm looking at a bigger play with with this government. My bad. Maybe that might have been over some people's head, but this is where gangs and development groups within the community police and governed and kept they in the community. We see this going on right now in the sky. Talk to my family, them boys out there. You know what I mean? Them boys holding it there, and you know who they saying that they fighting against? Illegal immigrants. Like you said, it's getting crazy out here, and we know what news is. So I think we have enough reach to where we can talk to people in these certain states and find out what's really going on, because all news is not to be trusted.
I mean, okay, so if I understand your question, I think Freedom, you were asking like
I think they're being used as pawns.
Right. Okay. And you know what? That's a good point, right? Like we can't overlook that. That's usually what happens when it comes to politics, right? You know, you use certain issues or certain issues as your talking points or whatever, or as political pawns. That's what they do. It happens all the time. However, I think that right. And when you were saying about, you know, well, Americans commit crime and X, Y, and Z, absolutely, you're absolutely right. However, that's a citizen, right? So if you are, you're a citizen, right? And you will be dealt with accordingly. Okay. I don't think that that's necessarily a parallel to say, well, migrants commit crimes when they come to this country, and so do Americans as well. Okay. Yeah. And the point is one is a citizen. Hold on. One is a citizen, while the other is not. And there definitely has been an impact on people's quality of life on a day-to-day basis. So I've mentioned this before, but like in states like California, like the border states, maybe like a California and Arizona or a Texas, for example, you know, they have definitely felt the impact of this immigration or migrant quote unquote crisis. They've been for a long time. I feel like recently, being in New York, in the state of New York, being on the East Coast, I have definitely seen myself just the impact in terms of the migrants, right? So, like for example, and as you guys know, I live in New York or what have you. At the beginning of this year, we're now in October. So at the beginning of this year, there was a email blast that was sent out to all the homeowners in my town or what have you, right? And basically, my town is not, or the city that I live in is not what do you call it? A sanctuary city. It's not a sanctuary city. However, they were asking if any homeowners, if you have space, it could be a bedroom, it doesn't have to be a whole place, but like if you have a bedroom or what have you, or a livable space, you know, you would get paid $1,500 per migrant. And in a like if you have a bedroom and you can fit 2 bunk beds, if you do the math, so 4 adults in a room, so you do 1,500 times 4, right? Now if that's, listen, people are like, okay, but what that means is
legal or illegal? Legal.
They're illegal, right?
Illegal?
Yeah, migrants. Yeah, the illegal migrants. Yeah, illegal. In New York City, for example, hotels were taken to be used as temporary housing shelters. A lot of the schools have had to absorb a very different and new population of kids who was not going to school in their country or missed a substantial amount of education in their country, and they're coming over here, and our classrooms have to absorb it. But let me get back to my point about the towns that I live in. They were offering homeowners $1,500 to house a migrant for 3 months. Okay, now I want you to think about how would you rent your place? Like, I have a townhome, for example, that I rent, right? And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I could either rent to a person who's legal here, an American citizen who's looking for housing, or I could take this 1,500 times 4, because it's 4 to a room, right? For 3 months. What's more profitable? So I have seen the impact. I can speak to that. And even the local school, the local neighborhood school, what have you, there's been an influx. Don't know why they come to New Rochelle, but there's been like a lot of people from Guatemala, Venezuela, for example. And like I said before, a lot of these little elementary schools, middle schools, or whatever, have had to absorb, this new population. And you have to remember, if you are illegal, you're not paying taxes, you're not contributing to the society, right? It's our tax dollars that are paying for this and that's funding this. So I think to dismiss the impact that this has made on people day-to-day lives is kind of wrong, right? Because I know I see it. I don't know how it is in Delaware, but I know in New York City that's a hot spot, and I know where I live in Westchester County. These are things that they do, and so if you, like, for example, my cousin, she owns a daycare, right? And so the state offered her pretty much, right, because they needed a place for these kids to go now. They needed a place to get watched or what have you. She gets paid a little bit more money per kid, right, if they're a migrant, than if they were just a boy or girl in her daycare, right? So, like, I know I see it. I definitely can speak to it. There has been an impact on the quality of life.
Question, since you was on the subject. So you trying to tell me,
yeah,
because that don't happen here in Delaware. You come here illegal, they deporting your behind back. So you telling me that they know these people are illegal that came over. They don't lock them up. They don't put them in they put them in sometime. They put them in a building, to wait to get deported back.
Hotels. Mm-hmm.
So they asking people to put illegal aliens
to house illegal. Of course, absolutely. Matter of fact, let's watch a video. You know what? I can pull up this.
I'm just saying. So
yeah,
do they get to stay here, or they stand with people until they get deported? That's what I'm asking. Are they deported? Because why I could see the legal ones if they saying that the legal people don't have, the legal immigrants don't have anywhere to live, and say it's a woman with a child, and we're gonna pay $1,500 for each person. Excuse me, y'all. Sorry. I could see that, but you telling me that they know these people is illegal, and they ain't trying to get them back? Because they can take them back where they came from.
If only it was that easy. Because once you're into, because like every country has laws, right? You can't. It's a process to everything.
So they used to put them in jail.
Well, no, because in the jail. Well, what happened was, if you guys remember, you know what? Let's watch this real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, let me see that, because I'm so.
Let's watch this real quick that I pulled up.
We don't go through that.
Damn, Doc, 18,000 in 3 months is wild. Hey, listen.
It's 1,500.
They doing my numbers without even working, boy. Without even working. They doing my numbers. So that's part of the problem too.
Right, but that's
definitely part of the problem.
I thought about it.
Yeah, no, Doc, I'm waiting on you. I was just saying, like, damn, that's that paper, boy. I did the math. 15 times 4, that's 6 bands. 6 bands times 3, that's 18. Like, damn.
That's a lot.
You know what I mean? You doing my type of number, but that's a business.
Because,
so Doc, when you play this video real quick, Dots, keep this question on your mind, and I want you to answer this once you finish playing this video, okay? So Dots, you just said that these people was doing this, like they was getting this money, like housing these illegals and stuff like that, right?
And they was
Correct?
paying them.
So now let me ask you a question, Dots. What if we was in the place of the so-called white people of today, and the white people was in our place, and they was complaining, and we was the one owning all these businesses and shit like that? Will we complain then about immigration, or will we be happy that we got workers?
I'm sorry, I was looking for the video. Repeat your question.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Like you say, the people them who were getting that money from the illegals, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Say like
yes.
if everybody who was our color was in that place, you know what I'm saying? To where all us own all the business. We ran America. Shit. We letting y'all come in because we need y'all to come work. And then the white people, so-called white people, they like us, put them in our shoes and put us in their shoes as far as government and all of that and doing all of this. Will we be mad at these illegals coming in?
You're saying that you're saying that if there were illegals coming in that looked like us, you said?
No, sis. If we was the running the business,
Okay.
the businesses, you know what I mean? The businesses. Will we care about these illegals when we profiting from them?
Oh.
And
Yeah,
I'm
listen.
thinking that's why it's us. I know it's a lot of other people too that don't look like us, that don't have a complexion like us, but I see it's a lot of states where places people look like us
Mhm.
that's complaining about this immigrant thing because, you know, they taking up room and they causing problems. But what if they wasn't causing problems to us?
I mean, those are like, but
Yeah.
OTK, those are like woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, in terms of like boots on the ground and what's happening now, I get what your point, because really and truly, that's the essence of capitalism, technically,
Mhm.
right? Right? You're
Mhm.
supposed to, and to be quite honest with y'all, like I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I know whenever I need anything done in my home, I don't. To be honest with y'all, I don't hire. I really don't. I will hire. Uh, he's from Guatemala. That's my boy. Okay, he's 5 feet, literally 100 pounds, soaking wet, literally, right? And your man can practically build a house by himself, right? So that's who
Yes.
I go to because it's cheaper,
Uh-huh.
and I know the work is going to be
done.
That's right. So that's capitalism at its best, and I don't knock that at all. I don't. I don't.
Right. So say you was owning that company that these people working for. Now let's
Right.
be for real. After these checks came out, a lot of our people that look like us became lazy. A lot became entrepreneurs too. Now a lot took them goddamn money and they started their own business. Shouts out to them. But a lot of them became lazy to where they don't even want to work no more. Let's be for real. That's what Trump did. That's what Trump did. Made us comfortable.
I don't know about that.
With them people, man, sis. All right. Well, I tell you what.
Dulcie, where you at? Dulcie?
We go revisit that later. Go ahead, sis Dots.
That's what I'm trying to ask you. I got that. Did you answer that question when I said after the 3 months is over, what happens to the people? Are they just staying with people until they can deport them, or what? That's I don't know.
I think she might have fell off because I noticed her screen stopped sharing too. But that's a good question too.
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
they already have a place for them by then, or what?
Because you know what I'm saying. You know they illegal. Dulcie, you there?
Yeah.
Dulcie, okay. Did you hear what Dots was saying? Did you hear about that in Texas? Because I know it's not happening here in Delaware.
I mean, they can go, illegals in Texas can go and get benefits from like churches, and they can get some of like 211, no, they're illegal, but they can get some of the 211 resources and stuff like that, like food stamps and all this other stuff. And no, they do not have to be legal to get that. Illegal immigrants get that.
That is because they don't got no social security number, no birth certificate, no
Damn,
nothing.
that's
That's what I'm saying. I
crazy.
can't believe that. How is
That's
it possible?
crazy.
That's
That's
impossible.
crazy.
It never happened here in Delaware. I can't even imagine it happening. No, you need so much information in order to get that. You know,
That's
I just
crazy.
can't imagine them just saying, "Okay, you're illegal. Let me give you some food stamps, Medicaid, and money."
Is that
I
money
just
coming from the state dosey or from the federal government?
I can't even see that happening, though. I can't see
On
that's
dosey in Texas, is that a federal funded program or is that a state funded program? Well, who's giving them this money?
I think it maybe they have resources of both, but I have to see it, see which one it is. The
Damn,
programs
that's
like I think
crazy.
like food stamps and stuff, that's gonna be Texas.
Oh, that's but see, that's what I'm
Damn.
saying. That is weird because you got to show so much information in order to get food stamps, in order to get Medicaid, in
Well,
order
okay, so do you understand? Okay, so the asylum seekers, right? They don't have to do anything that's of the legal process. So maybe that's where you're being a little confused as far as like asylum seekers are legal immigrants. They have a fast pace into America. They do not have to have any identification, any social security numbers, anything like that. But because they're asylum seekers, they can get these things. So
asylum
Damn,
we had
ain't
asylum
asylum
seekers
means
from
mental?
I want you
asylum
to
seekers.
explain.
No. That's like safe. Like we're sanctuary city in Austin, so that means like if Syria was an asylum seeker that we accepted because of all the bombings that was happening, they would say, okay, where are your sanctuary cities? Okay, Austin
Yeah.
is one. Okay, we're going to send a lot of these Syrians that are coming in because of the bombings into Austin. And then they have all these benefits. No, they do not have any identification, any social security number. They just get the basis of they are an asylum seeker from Syria, for Syria.
Oh, that would make sense. We know what's going on right now. See, just like I said, and I guarantee y'all that 90% of the, I say 70% of these people who we calling illegals are from there.
Right, and that's
Well, here they're from
that's
Venezuela, but they're not from Syria. They're from Venezuela.
do they deport them back to where they came from, or what? Or do they just let them find a reason to let them stay here? Dots, can you hear me? Because she said 90 days, right? 3 months. I don't know. I think she keep falling off. But Dulcinea, do they ever deport them back in Austin?
No, they can become citizens through the process.
Fuck. That's
Wow.
crazy.
It is,
That's
but I mean,
crazy.
the whole America, pretty much, besides the original people, are immigrants.
And see, I'm gonna tell y'all now, and that's the problem I want to
That's who's
tell
making the
Doc
rules for
earlier.
immigrants.
You guys hear me?
No,
Yeah, we
couldn't
can
hear you. I
now.
was
Yeah, we was
listening.
waiting
I
on
don't
you,
know
sis.
what. I'm sorry. I don't know what was going on. Like
The whole time,
And it-
Doc, I was asking you, did after the 3 months, because it seems like a plan and a system in New York for the 3 months to stay with people, do they ever deport them back?
they have to go through a process. You can't, right? So some of them can get fast tracked, right? But the system is overloaded. And so there's still a process, right? They still and so it's not like, oh well, you know what, you're illegal. So now what I'm going to do is arrest you and I'm going to send you back home wherever home is. You got to also understand a lot of them have children, right? So there is a process to everything. They got to verify, does this child belong to this person or not? But here's an article. Because I just speak about where I live. I don't live in New York City anymore, but I'm not too far from that area. But I want to share this with you guys because as it sounds crazy. Hold on, but this is what's happening. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully, y'all could see. And this is from the New York Times. Okay, so as of August, more than 210,000 migrants had arrived in New York City since the spring of 2022, a 2-year influx that has strained government resources and the city's openness to immigration. People from all over the world have arrived, at one point by the thousands each week. Most of them hail from Latin America, but many come from Africa and Asia. Large numbers of migrants have said they crossed the southern border, right? So that's through Mexico, to seek asylum in the United States. In New York, many have sought shelter with the city, which has a legal obligation to provide it to anyone who asks. Let me read that again. In New York, many have sought shelter with the city, which has a legal obligation to provide it to anyone who asks. That rule has forced the city to find beds for migrants in more than 200 hotels, tent dormitories, and office buildings. The influx has pushed the city's homeless shelter population to a record high. Mayor Eric Adams, the one who's being indicted right now, that part, a Democrat, has called it a humanitarian crisis that will cost the city about $10 billion over 3 years. Maybe I need to read that again. Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat, has called it a humanitarian crisis that will cost the city about $10 billion over 3 years. He declared a state of emergency and has repeatedly asked the federal government for more funds and for expedited work authorizations for migrants so they can become self-sufficient. The mayor has said that President Biden failed the city by not doing more. But in June, Biden issued an executive order to essentially block asylum at the southern border and deter illegal crossings. The move sharply decreased border crossings this summer, as well as the number of people arriving in New York. And I'm going to read the last paragraph. Still, the city continued to shelter nearly 64,000 migrants as of early August, creating quality of life concerns in some neighborhoods with migrant shelters. Hoping to reduce the shelter population, the city implemented stricter rules this year on how long migrants could stay in shelters, which forced some migrants to sleep outside. And just to show you guys real quickly, hold on, let me click on what is the legal obligation that New York has to provide, housing. So basically now most adult migrants without children will now have to leave shelters in New York City after 30 days unless they meet certain criteria to extend their stay. And so that criteria, it depends on what it is, right? So like usually if you are a male, you're like you're not priority. But if you are a woman and you have children, there is a legal obligation, right, to house them so that they're not homeless. And so that's where, like, for example, where I live, in the town that I live, one of the reasons why they sent out that email blast, right, because New York City has been overloaded. And there's certain counties in Westchester, for example, that because they have been sanctuary cities, they've been overloaded. And so they've been asking homeowners, right? They sent out an email blast asking homeowners if they have space, it would be temporary, to house these migrants, right? At least for 3 months. Now they said it's a month. I don't know. I also just want to say that, in my opinion, Eric Adams, even though he's being indicted now, but I put a lot of blame on him because in the very beginning of this, like when Biden first came to power, and then when Eric Adams was elected mayor of New York City, he was on his high horse talking about that, New York, especially New York City with the Statue of Liberty, that this is a country founded on immigration and it shouldn't matter where you're from, that we should pretty much, anyone who's looking for a better life should be received, because he was getting a lot of money, right? He was getting, as a sanctuary city, he was like, oh, come one, come all, right? But it completely overloaded and crippled the system. So when I say that there's been impact, right, on people quality of lives on a day-to-day basis, that I'm not joking when I say that, right? I see the impact. And maybe 5-10 years ago, this issue wouldn't be such a hot topic on the East Coast, right? Because this type of illegal immigration issue, migrant crisis, that has always affected the southwest border states more than it has impacted the East Coast, but now it's impacting the East Coast. So it's right there in writing.
Can you put what Imhotep Heru put for about the deportation. And peace, Miss Wanda. We call BS podcast. She's really good, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe, and I hope you can come up tonight because she has some really good points that I think would be good for this conversation. But if you see here, you can't deport asylum seekers to war zone countries. That's part of the international law. So I want you to understand, when we're saying asylum seekers, illegal immigrants have always been asylum seekers, whether they're coming from Cuba, from Mexico. They're always saying that they're coming here for asylum, for a better way of life. So let's not even bring up the fact that when Hurricane Katrina happened, they were calling residents of New Orleans refugees, and FEMA was fighting to have to help them. But now there's these immigrants that we're going to say, oh, because they're seeking asylum, they're legal. They're the same illegal immigrants. They're just saying we're seeking asylum now. So now that you can't send them back to their war zone countries, that means, well, if they're coming from Mexico, can't send them back to Mexico. They're coming from Syria, can't send them back to Syria. Come from Lebanon, so on and so forth. So it just makes this where having illegal immigrants here is legal through them calling themselves asylum seekers.
Why can't they send them back, Dulcie?
Mexico is considered a war zone country.
So they just
So
can't.
anywhere they come from war zone countries, they cannot be deported back to those countries.
And not only that, you have to also remember that
How is Mexico?
they don't have any
Hold on. How is
OTK, wait,
Mexico a war?
OTK, 1 second.
Shit.
That's a good point.
From that.
I wanted to add on to Dulcie's point real quick, because the assumption is, why can't we just send them back? First of all, they come without documents on purpose, right? So they don't necessarily have to be that transparent or honest in telling you where they come from, what nation they're coming from, right? That these are all steps and processes that a person has to take to send them back to where you're sending them back to. They don't have to be honest. And even when you are you're in what's the name of the jail, even if you're being deported, that still takes time. It doesn't happen in 10 days. That's still a process. You know what I'm saying? Just putting that out there. That's still a process. And then another issue is, especially if they're a woman, right? Whether or not they became pregnant once they got here, or whether or not they were pregnant, right, when they had crossed the border, for example. Now you have to think about, okay, so how do we separate this mother and now this child? This child was born here. The mother's not legal, but the child was born here. So it's not a clear-cut thing, you know? Go ahead, OTK.
No, you good, sis. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was trying to ask about the war thing. So you saying Mexico is a war place because of the drugs? Because of the war on drugs there? Or the cartels, what they got going on?
Yeah, it's like a war zone country is anyone that has belligerents dictating war. So they use basically any country that has a low quality of life to say they're a war zone country.
I don't know. In that case, America is a war zone place too.
Facts. They shouldn't be coming here.
Correct.
I mean, but it is what it is.
All right,
how they're
man. Right.
But it's like terrorism. I don't even know how Haiti is considered a war zone country. Or Haiti is considered a war zone country right now, but it is.
Right.
Or
right.
Venezuela.
Goddess Dulcie, sis wrote back in the chat to you. You see her message? I know you want to say wish her well.
Oh yeah, I understand, Miss. We wish you well for sure. And come back, because it'll definitely be good. And y'all really check her out. Subscribe to Sis's channel. We call BS Podcast. It is really good. She has that information. So
okay. Yeah, I want to get
really some good information to know, because I truly did. I'm telling you, it is enough to argue about, because you mean to tell me they can just come get stuff and
yeah.
Oh, and someone brought up.
And it's crazy because they started with the squatters. Y'all
Someone
noticed
brought
the major
Pizzagate
squatter thing happened
before.
in effect?
Oh, I was saying because this is a big problem that they're doing. Why it's such a big thing, because now they have these families coming in. They are not documenting them. So a lot of people have been coming out right now with the P Diddy thing, the Pizzagate, QAnon, the people that have been exposing the children trafficking, and a big thing has been that these child protective services are in on the rings, and they supply these immigrants to them because they're not documented. So now you have a lot of these children being circled around Hollywood, around the human trafficking rings, and they don't there's no documentation on them, so it's easier to get around.
Oh, that's Americans doing that.
Yes.
I mean,
Oh,
it's all of them, because I mean the Venezuelan gang
right.
that came
Oh,
in,
wow.
they're known for their trafficking, their human trafficking, and their human trafficking of children. So it's all we have this
Shit.
supply of children that aren't documented. So all these people are targeting them, illegal or non-legal, that are into children trafficking.
Wow, I guess that
Shit,
the evil
let's
mind is
not
all
forget
over the
about the
world.
organs. Let's not forget about the organ, what
Oh
started
yeah, they
every
pay for
goddamn
the
thing,
organs.
man.
Yeah.
Shit,
Hmm.
this thing crazy, dog. Y'all can't forget. This shit has been playing. It's been levels to this shit. We just didn't understand the levels to it because we in different places and we was getting bits and pieces. But now that we can have type of platforms like this where people from different places can come together, it ain't no bits and pieces no more. That's
We
crazy,
don't know
man.
about Kendrick Johnson's organs. What happened to them? We're just saying, oh, the coroner misplaced them. Oops. But so this
That's
boy,
crazy, right?
they somehow get suffocated by a mat, even though I think three autopsies said that there was foul play. The foul play is with the FBI's sons, and and then his organs just go missing, and we're just like, oh, the coroner misplaced them.
Didn't
A big,
did you
big
guys hear
story.
about did you guys hear about in the chat? Tell me if y'all heard about this too. Um about Planned Parenthood shipping like the fetuses. So like the women, let's say, who terminate their pregnancy. Did y'all hear about that?
What were they
And
doing?
I did.
Oh yeah, they really didn't kill. They really didn't terminate their pregnancy. I heard
no,
about
they
that. They
terminated.
kept the
No.
babies
They
alive.
terminated. No. They terminated the
I heard
pregnancy,
about
but
that baby.
right, because they terminated the pregnancy, but the fetus that they take out of the woman's body, that they shop those for organs and for stem cell research, and all of that stuff. But
Oh yeah,
did y'all hear about
I
that?
heard about that.
Yes, sis.
Yeah,
That's what I meant by keeping alive, sis. My bad. That's what I
Oh,
mean by
okay.
keeping alive because they got things to keep shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
because if you're going to
man,
if you're going to have an
this shit
abortion or what
crazy,
have
y'all.
yeah.
We in a good position, but dog, we also in a bad position, dog.
and people be like it's gross or whatever. Do what you want with your stuff once you have a baby. It's on you. But what I would tell you
Yeah,
is, do not let the hospital keep your stuff, because they do it too. They sell the stem
right.
cells, those to it, the placenta, for research and all this other stuff. That's how you get those Henrietta Lacks that they're not telling you that you have the Henrietta Lacks cell.
I know every pit bull I had that
Talk
had babies.
about it.
That
Talk
pit
about
bull
it.
ate. That pit bull ate everything that came out of her, even licked the neighbors off of these kids and turned that into milk. Sometimes this dog would not even get up to eat no food. All they need is water. It's taking this placenta back from these puppies and make it back into milk for these puppies, man. It's crazy,
Your
man.
own body stuff can cure stuff on you. Earwax, say if you got a fever blister. Now people get fever blisters on their lip and all that kind of thing. Take your earwax and put on it. It's a lot,
Hey,
yeah.
listen,
Yeah.
When you say that earwax, the first thing came to my mind is that old saying where the
That's
boys talk
old
about, man,
stuff.
if you want to know if a girl got something, you take some wax out your ears and touch her down below. And if she jump
Oh, I
and
used
move
to
all kind of
hear.
way, she got
Wow,
some.
that's some old stuff. That's old school. Lord have mercy.
The
But no,
military
it's
came up with that.
natural. It really is natural to consume your placenta. I made mine into pills and took them, but your placenta has like all the nutrients that,
Yeah.
you were thinking like, oh, I have to do this because I'm pregnant. I have to give them the best of the best because I want to grow my baby. Well, the placenta has all those nutrients. So what's great about it is that when you're breastfeeding, you're giving your baby all those same nutrients right back if you consume the placenta.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Somebody else like us too old school. They say, "Or a copper penny."
Yep.
Hey,
Yep. We still can do that too.
I just
Yep.
bring it back some. That was a long time ago, boy. That was the old
Old school was
military
best
tactic.
stuff. This is really amazing information, though. That to hear about these immigrants.
Yeah,
Which
man, that's
America's
crazy.
made up of
Dots
immigrants.
and, and dosing
I just
there.
say since we look like immigrants, we need to be careful what people say. They over there saying in Ohio that people that are not from Haiti are being threatened too, just because they can't tell the Haitians from the American people of color, they can't tell a difference. So if you saying that immigrants from Haiti or Africa or Jamaica or something is coming over here doing some raping and killing and trafficking little kids and stuff, and people can't tell a difference, just like when 9/11 happened and anybody that was Muslim was being attacked, and they could be American but Muslim, and they were being attacked. So you got to
Mm.
kind of be careful when you lie on people because you can get other people hurt that ain't got nothing to do with anything. You understand how I'm saying that though, TK?
Oh yes,
But I
yes. We
saw a
got to
black
be
man
very
from
careful. Yes,
Springfield,
yes. We
Ohio,
have to be
talking
very
about it
careful.
too, of saying like the major problems that they're having in Springfield, Ohio right now. And the major thing is like, I'm like, if anybody had known that there's a food shortage, I mean, that's been going on for years. The food shortage, how we're going to do everything. So I think saying, "Oh, pets are being eaten in Springfield, Ohio," is a hyperbole. But that immigrants are eating animals that they have access to, that's just a fact.
It
If they're not being afforded food and a duck is outside, yes, there are people that are going and capturing that duck and frying that duck up or however they're gonna do because people gonna eat. They're gonna survive any way they can survive. Then we don't
anybody
have all these
can get by.
resources to take care of all these people that we have coming in. So that is happening, and that they are seeing that. They are seeing an influx of immigrants, and that they are killing ducks, they're killing cats, they're killing dogs because
No
they're
one said
hungry.
that. That's a known fact now that they said no one said that, and that the one that did, the lady that did kill the cat, she wasn't even from Haiti, and she from a whole nother different place. She was from
But that was going to be my question. I don't recall him saying hate Haitians.
yes, he
Maybe
did.
I'm
He said
wrong.
Haitian.
Did he specifically?
No, he didn't say Haitians.
Yeah,
He didn't say Haitians. He said immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. But people said the largest influx they have is the Haitians. So people just started
he
saying two and two.
said that
But
in his
he said
rallies and everything.
immigrants. He said immigrants from Springfield, Ohio. We can pull it up. Trump said
Yeah,
immigrants
I was trying to
from
remember if he
Springfield,
mentioned
no, that
Haitian.
Ohio.
no, he
Never
but
said
no,
Haitian.
he had more than one rally where he
And
said Haitian.
let me ask y'all this: Are Haitians not American?
If they born here,
Yes, they're American. Technically, they
No,
live
no,
in
no,
they.
no, 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 no. They can be born in Haiti, baby girl. If they born in Haiti, are they American?
Yeah, they're in the Americas. So technically, they're American. Yeah.
American. All of it is American, but there isn't. It's sad. I will say to your point. It's sad.
Oh,
There isn't an asylum seeker. There isn't a, oh, we're open to the other Americans. No,
Yeah,
there is
yeah, man.
only these
That's the
people that
problem.
judge us and saying, hey, this is the group of people we're going to let in. We're
Yeah,
going to do this for Ukraine. We're going to do this. But no, they
right.
they had Mexicans trying to get over for how long, and them dying over the things and all them kids and stuff. So yeah, like no, there's no open policy to other Americans that are in the continent of the Americas.
And see, that plays a major problem to me. You know, those people in Haiti and the Dominican Republic were some of the first to get encountered by these people. They were some of the first to be enslaved and took them back to Africa, took them back to Europe.
Well, I'll say my Spanish
I'm
teacher.
just saying, man, we got to be careful. We got to be careful. We
Yeah,
got
my
to
Spanish teacher
be
was
very
Mexican
careful.
in high school, and she was a proud legal immigrant, and she fought tooth and nail against illegal immigration. She's like, it's doable. Come here legally, period. That's all she was about. And she did not stand for illegal immigration, whether it's from Mexico or wherever. She's like,
But
everybody.
those are not immigrants, though. Those would be immigrants with an E, because they moving within the Americas. You feel me?
But as
It's
they're
a
doing
difference.
illegal, they're going to get the social. They're going to get the social. They're going to get the cards. They're going to get the residence. As long as they're getting legal. What I'm saying is legal, whether immigrants or immigrants, they do not stand for illegal immigrants. They went through the process. They're going through the process. So you won't find other immigrants being like, yeah, we're for illegal immigration. No, everybody would like for people to just go through this process. It's not an easy process, so hundreds of thousand people don't come in all at once. It's a process, so you're getting people to come in, some, and some of them could be seeking asylum or anything, and it's not saying no, it's just saying trust the process. But no, we're saying, oh no, these people should bypass all our processes. Why?
Hey, Darvis.
Peace, peace, peace of gods, peace of
What's
goddesses. How y'all doing?
We
OCK, what's up, gang?
Hey,
What's
Darvin.
up, Cuzzo? What's happening? I think the
Man,
problem
I'm
is, like
good.
I was about to tell
What do
goddamn
you?
Dots earlier when Dot said something about the citizen. I said, damn, I wrote it down. And I wrote it down, Dots. But that's the major problem. They giving everybody who comes across here and born across here citizenship. So the people who are originally from here need to go and change your shit, because you ain't no citizen. You're from here. That's the problem. Now they don't know who to decipher from who, because everybody got citizenship. Now, when we don't need to have citizenship. You understand what I'm saying, Dots? I mean, that's the problem. Go ahead, Dots.
How would you fix your documentation to prove that you're from here? And before you answer that question, I just have to say, IBM, we have never seen one presentation from you.
Not one. Not
Not
one.
one. So I'm
Yeah.
glad you're talking about the same things, but we don't know who to be copying you. Okay, OTK, how would one go about to be like, I'm gonna fix my citizenship, and how would they prove that they are actually indigenous to here?
If you can trace your family here before, when they started this, America applies to everybody, then what is that telling you, baby? For one, we know everybody didn't come over here on no damn ship. So your bloodline is going to tell you that.
How many lines?
2024.
If they just have one line, if they just have one line that goes back, that's enough? Or would you want multiple lines that go back?
If they got one line from this goddamn land, they from here. If they got one line from goddamn Africa, they from Africa. If they got one line from Haiti, they from Haiti. That's just how that shit work. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now they will have to go. Now it's where they. Now that will have to be where they're born at. If they're born in America, they probably will have to get citizenship in these other places, because that's where they're from. But if they're born like in Haiti, then yes, they need a citizenship, even though if one of their family members was from America. And we got to understand this. They was taking us from over here first, all over the place. So how we know we ain't dealing with our same kinfolks?
I'm a little confused, OTK. But just let me, Darvis, what do you want to say? What do you have to add to the conversation?
Nothing. We'll let y'all finish that first.
I'm a little bit confused, OTK, like with your talking point. I'm a little bit confused. So like, because we're talking about like in terms of like, let's be realism ism in 2024. What exactly is your point? Clarify that for me. Are you saying that people don't need citizenship? Like what are you saying? Because I'm confused.
Okay, you going back to your question or what I was saying about
No,
citizenship?
what you were
Not what
saying
I
just
just talked
now.
about with Dosey. I was
Yeah,
asking
like,
Dosey. Dosey asked, how will we prove it? So I was telling her how we should prove it, how we will be able to prove it. That's what I was talking to her about. I did that started off with the citizenship with you though, Dot.
Citizens, because the citizens should be the people that came over here, immigrants, but the indigenous should have a separate status, should start separating
Right.
themselves.
We are the only Americans. We are them. Everybody else came across here. We are
okay.
the true American, applied to us first, then later given to them. So now once it's no longer just applied to us, what do we need to do for us to be recognized to where it's just applied to us? That's where things got wrong at. So you know what? Them same first Americans, they became citizens. They were some of the first citizens in this government form. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's where we at right now to the day, sis. That's my talking point. I don't know if that helped, but you can ask. I mean, I can get directly. I hope that answered. Yeah, but I'm saying these immigrants, they can probably have citizenship or whatever like that, but I don't feel like we need to be citizens. How can we be citizens when we've been here and we made this? Not made this, but we, you know what I mean? We've been established before they came. How can you come and change some people's life and then make them citizens?
That's what I was saying, OTK. The immigrants made all the rules for America. The immigrants did. And now they got the
Correct.
arguing about immigrants. And you an immigrant too.
My bag too trap. My bag too trap. Yeah, we did make this. Okay, my bag too trap.
Another portion. So are you saying that people from the Americas, once they prove that they're American and they're from the continent of the Americas, there should be a free open policy as far as whether they want to go to North America, Central, South, they can Canada, they just can come in and immigrate wherever they would please to without any kind of process?
That's what happened before. That's what I was saying prior to now.
But now the way, like Dot said,
Immigrants
now
made the
boy,
rules.
So I'm talking
2024,
about in
boy,
2024. Do you believe
2024, the way the world is now, Dosey, I wouldn't. I say no. We got to have some kind of goddamn.
Right. That's why I was saying I'm confused. That's what my
I
point.
agree with you with that, Dots. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, that's why my initial question. That's why I asked. I needed clarity because I'm a little bit confused. Like, what are we saying? Because now we're in 2024. So like in terms of it being like a realistic. Yes, we need documentation.
But in 2024, you can absolutely go and change your
of course
classification and everything, though, right?
I'm aware.
Oh,
okay.
okay. So that right there separates. That right there separates.
This is what I would say, right? This is what I would say, right? These so-called immigrants have a nationality. Everybody, all these different nationalities is tied to treaties. There's peace and friendship treaties that tie all these different countries within the American continent together. So if they seek asylum with a probable cause, then they have to take them because there's a treaty. Now, a lot of these people that we see coming over here now, they help the so-called United States overthrow their government or help rebel against their government. And so after that war started, they needed refuge. So we brought them here. We have to take care of them. That's why they get paid. These are nationals. Us here in America, we don't deal much on nationality. So those laws or those different how can I say those legal statuses don't really apply to us. So we leave from the United States and say go to Mexico without a nationality. The treaty of peace and friendship that applied between the United States and Mexico doesn't apply to us. That's what I mean by civil little motus. Because we're not claiming a nationality. All these
Right.
people you see coming here, they got a nationality. And they fall up under those treaties. That's why when they come here, they get treated a certain way. We don't get that treatment because we're not nationals.
The crazy thing is, why are we asylum? That's why that name had messed me up when Dosey had said that, because when they talking asylum, the first thing come to my mind is mental institution. Now I
That's not
pull up the
quite what they mean in
definition.
law, though.
Hold on. We talking about 792 BCE. These asylums was out. They was mental institutions. Now, today we hear about this asylum being used as refugees. That's why I pull the Merriam-Webster dictionary up.
I know, but the issue
Show
is
you
it's
that
a legal
asylum was
term.
for criminals. It was a place for criminals to leave their native land
Yeah, but it's
and
anybody.
not
It's
deported back.
anybody that seek
But a
asylum.
criminal, though. But see, the thing is, the major word is criminal behind that. That's what make
I know,
me
but
trip out
the
about
issue is
that.
I know, but the
You know what
issue
I
is
mean?
I know the issue is though you gotta look it up in a legal term. You gotta understand now, legal English is not the same as American heritage. Webster is a dictionary on American heritage. The way we use the term asylum, the way they're using it, King, is a legal term.
No, no,
So we
no,
gotta
no,
look it up in
no.
the legal
This
dictionary.
ain't from Webster. No, this ain't from Webster. The
I,
one I pulled up earlier was for Webster, but the one from 792 BCE is not from Webster, bro.
I know, but
That
this is a
shit was
legal
not
definition.
from Webster.
I
Yeah,
know,
that
but
shit was
I know I understand what you're
religious.
saying, but
It was
if
really,
it's
it was
not a
really
legal
religious
definition, King, it's irrelevant.
institution.
I
Let
know,
me
but
say,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because it's not a legal
I,
definition or
let
legal
me,
dictionary. When
let
we
me
talk
get,
about law, I know. Listen, when we talk about law, though, we got to make sure we look it up in the right places because denotative conversations is different from what we call connotative conversations or American heritage. These words in law got totally different meanings sometimes. So
okay.
now, when a national,
Well, we talking about
I know when a
before
national
law was
comes to
established.
another nation within its continent and seeking asylum is different. Then we talk
Oh,
about under a regular asylum as if you talk about a hospital or something.
all right. So, OTK, what I want to say to your point, and whether you look it up in law or anything, we know these words are spells. So you should definitely look into what words they're using. The whole, oh, good morning to morning and all this other stuff, like why the consciousness community was like, oh, don't say good morning. It's just, it's the same thing with asylum. They be saying the truth without telling you the truth. So that's what we
Okay,
know what's
okay.
happening with Venezuela right now. They are asylum seekers by definition, by
Right,
Merriam
Yeah,
Webster definition.
yeah, and it's a
right.
legal
And
term.
right now, what we see
Yeah,
in
because
Springfield, and
I
right
know
now,
for
what we see in
Venezuelans, the
Chicago
Venezuelans
and in
have a
California,
nationality, and there's a
these are
treaty
criminals,
between the
right?
United States and Venezuela. I call it Treaty of Peace and Friendship between Venezuela and the United States. And according to that treaty, if I come there looking for help, you're supposed to accept me based on the treaty. Unless I break the law of that treaty, you're supposed to do that, and vice versa. That's all I'm saying. It's different when we talk about legal terms. And when they come here, they get taken care of. It is what it is. It seems fucked up, and it is fucked up, but it is what it is. Our ancestors created this shit. We just gotta learn how to play it again. We mastered this shit.
Are you talking about the Moroccan treaty of peace and friendship?
No. It's
1786?
no.
That's
King,
the
I said
only
that
treaty that ain't been broken.
that's a lie.
No, I'm just asking.
King,
No, I'm
I know, but
asking.
listen. I got you. I understand what you're saying, bro. But I said the peace and friendship treaty. Every nation has peace and friendship treaties. Well, just about every nation.
Oh. And Illa, the reason
It
why I
wasn't just
asked you that is
Morocco. Everybody had that treaty.
all treaties started with peace and friendship, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Exactly.
That's why I asked you.
And no
You're
particular,
talking about
yeah,
the Moroccan
exactly.
one.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. We ain't talking about Morocco. We talk about Venezuela. Venezuela and the United States also had one.
Oh, okay. So it was the
Yeah.
Venezuela. Okay. All right. Bet.
Yeah,
That's all
every
I was asking.
nation has them, especially when you're dealing within your own continent. The question is, why? What's going on in Venezuela to make all these people leave there? And we feel responsible to taking care of them.
Abe, since you want to bring it here, answer how a United States citizen is not an American nationality wise.
Because he's a citizen. The word citizen has its own definition, Queen. Look at the word up. If you're a citizen, you're a citizen. You can also be a national, Queen. They're two different statuses, though. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, is a
I didn't
national
create it.
the same as having a nationality? Because I thought it was
Yes,
something different.
yes, it is.
So
So
when
you're
these
saying
people get
that
these
no
treaties,
citizen has the nationality of American.
No, what I'm saying, them Haitians are Haitians. Haitians is their nationality. If you're the United States, you from the United States, baby. The United States, a United States national,
Well,
or
who
you can
has
be a
an
United States
American
citizen.
nationality?
It's like
Maybe
that all over the world.
whose nationality is American?
Anybody that live on the continent of America, Queen. America is a continent. We understand that, right?
Right.
A nation is not the continent.
So that's where I'm confused. How are you saying that these people do not have a nationality that's American? If their nationality is not
Because
American.
I know, but you cannot have a nationality of America by itself. Now, if you say you United States of Brazil, then you can be Brazilian. United States of I'd say United States of America. Here we at. You're a United States national.
So a
You're
Chinese person,
You're Canada.
what a Chinese
You're
person
Canadian. You're nationality Canadian.
on here.
You're in Jamaica. Your nationality Jamaican. Haiti. Your nationality Haitian. Everybody in the world, Queen,
I
has
don't
a
know.
nationality.
A Chinese person nationality would be Chinese.
Yes, that's a nationality.
No, but I'm saying even if they was born in America, their
Yeah,
parents, their heritage, everything
Queen.
is Chinese.
If you was a United States, I say right now, you're United States national, and you go on a trip to Jamaica on a cruise and have a baby on a cruise, that baby that you have on a cruise won't be Jamaican
No, I mean,
because you're born there.
I don't think so. I don't think that. I don't know. I think it might be a different word from that. For that, their parents.
He will still be a United States. You're from the
Um.
United States, Queen, regardless where you
Okay.
born at.
I'm confused about it. But wait a minute. Let me ask. I wanted to not forget to ask Doss this question because I knew it went somewhere else. But let me just quickly ask this question. Dots, what happens if the two people are illegal immigrants? And really anybody can answer this question, but I was asking Dots because of the situation in New York. But they have a baby that is born on America's soil. What happens to the baby? Do they just keep the baby here and deport the parents? Because the baby would be America if it was born here, just like Dorcas is saying.
Right. The baby is born here. The baby is American, or United States
No,
specifically being American.
That's
The
not what I'm
national.
saying, though.
No, okay,
Okay.
but Dorcas, I'm asking, what do they do with the parents? The baby's a baby. It's American now because it's born on American soil. Excuse me.
Yeah,
And
but it's always been American. Brazil is American.
Hold
no,
on, Jarvis. Hold on. We're talking about a different thing now. We're talking about citizen talk. We ain't talking about Moorish talk. So you're basically asking Sister Freedom that a legal immigrant and
yeah,
that's getting deported, but their baby was born here. What happens?
yeah. What happens? to the baby? Because the baby,
They
you
separate
didn't
them.
get
They
a
put the
choice.
baby
Yeah,
in
that's wrong with it.
child protective services. They separate them. If you're sent back, deported illegally, the children that were born here are not deported.
So you don't get a choice to say, I'll just take my baby with me. Because
No,
I
the
mean, you
No,
baby
they
is
don't
a
say they don't.
citizen.
Well, wait, hold on. We gotta get clarity because that's not necessarily true. They don't
It's your
separate
end.
them from the mom if they're illegal or not. But I think what it sounds like there's some
that has
confusion
been a
around
problem.
nationality and ethnicity. Yeah, and so I mean, right? So your
I would say
nationality is,
here, they
is based
definitely have
on
here.
the nation
They
that you're born in.
separated.
Wait, hold on. Your nationality is based on a nation that you're born to, and your ethnicity is what denotes your culture.
Yeah.
It's your ethnicity.
I think it's a different.
Those are two different things. That's why
Well, yeah,
Darvis,
I think it
what
was a different word for it.
right? Those are two very separate things. If you are born, if you have a child and you are not legal, you're not an American citizen or American resident, you don't have a green card, whatever the case may be, you have a child that was born here on these lands, then that child, right, because of the birth was in the United States, is an American citizen. That's how it goes. They are a citizen and they are due all the rights, privileges, and access to resources that any other would be subjected to. But the law, I think when these laws were created, um, you know, we're operating on a system that's over a couple of centuries old, right? It needs to be updated because clearly it's not working for where we are in 2024.
But it
You
worked
know,
for everybody else in
because
the
you have
world, though, Queen.
at one time it was a little bit more clear cut, a little bit more quote unquote black and white, whereas now that's not the case. So, but Darvis, my point in terms of the peace and treaty friendship, I mean, to be honest with you, when has any of those treaties ever been honored?
In 2024, that's why you see all these Brazilians, all these Venezuelans, all these everybody here now because they honoring the treaty, Queen. And listen, the way you put that was well put. I'm glad you did that.
Well, let me
Me and
say this,
Dorothy, we be going
Sister
back and forth
Freedom,
because there's an
because
issue
I don't
between
think
citizen and
Sister Freedom
nationality.
was talking about nationality at all. And I want
Yeah,
to say,
but
Sister
I know, but
Freedom,
if you
that
talk about it, I know, but Queen, though,
that was, hold on, Jarvis, hold on. In Texas, that was happening. That was happening under the Obama administration. There were Mexicans that were born here, children, and their parents had been deported. I don't know if they gave them the option to be like, hey, take them, but we had a bunch of children that
Was
their
true.
parents were deported and they were still here. Some of them even having children in court, had court dates or whatever to try to figure out what they were going to do with the children. And their children, they didn't know what to do. So a lot of them end up in our CPS systems because
yes, and I
yeah,
understand that. I
the
understand
ones
that.
who born children. I'm not talking to you, Darvis. I'm talking to Sister
My
Freedom.
bad. I thought you
Hold
started talking to me. My bad.
on, I'm talking to Sister Freedom. So
Yes.
what they were doing as far as it is trying to find places for them, CPS, foster homes, when you saw those pictures of the children being wrapped up in foil at different places because their parents were getting deported. And yes, they kept the babies that were born here.
So don't you think that's wrong? I
Yeah, but
mean,
if you're born here, though, you
but
a citizen.
wait a minute, Jarvis. I just want that. I mean,
My
because
bad. My bad.
it's gonna make me go back to wherever I'm going. Can I just take my baby? Like, I mean, I think it's wrong for you to own a individual like that. Just because my
And you
baby.
can though.
Well, first of all, you ain't had no business coming over here since you didn't
Yeah,
come over.
but even if you do come over and have a baby, you got the right to take your baby back with you.
That's
But
when
that's
you.
not what they're
That's
trying to
what
do.
I
They're
was
going under the
doing.
baby
I really
I
don't
do
think
know
so, Jarvis.
some parents have decided to
yeah, they can. If they want to, they can take the baby.
No, I
But
don't
they're
think.
using the baby as their reason of being here. They're using the baby as their, I mean,
No,
their leverage.
no,
Because the baby,
no. No, if you
okay,
just happen to get pregnant, because sometimes a woman and a man come together and they do the illegal thing. But if your
yeah,
baby, they're not getting pregnant just to have a baby over here.
cool. But if he's born here, then that makes him what, though, Queen?
Right? But like Dulcie said, they can keep your baby because it
I
ain't
know, but they can't just take the baby.
they
You
should
have you.
want to, because
The
but
reason why they do, the
that's
reason
what
why they do that, Queen.
because I remember Kamala Harris saying to Trump about when they were having their little talks and stuff, she was saying something about separating mamas from their babies. The ones that's born here in America, they was keeping them over here. And
Because
not
the people left them there.
okay. I listened to what Dulcie was saying because I remember it
Nah,
happening.
they actually was being caught. They actually was being kept here because once they born here, they're
Yes, they
considered
were.
American
They're
citizens.
American. Those
United States citizen. They always been American.
Yeah,
Technically,
nah,
I don't.
no, a
They
lot of them
were
all born in America. But go ahead.
being kept here beyond the parents' will, because I know, like, there was the big Elijah from the
I
90s,
remember that
a
when she
big
talked about
story of them sending the little boy over here as far as it. So I think a lot of them chose, like, hey, it's better for you to be there than to come back with us. So there isn't a
And I
thing.
agree with that.
I don't think it's like American government is kidnapping the kids. This was happening during the Obama administration. I know a lot of people were like, oh, this was during Trump. No, that was a big thing during the Obama administration that this was happening in Texas.
Actually, it
Um,
was a big thing during Bush, sis.
oh yeah, it was
Bush was the
happening
one.
during Bush.
Bush was the one
Man,
who
that shit been
started
happening
that.
since the beginning of time.
Any immigrant that was over here, any Latino that was over here for over 5 years, they could take a test. I used to drive these people to North Carolina. The $500 they would buy a license, a Visa card, all that in North Carolina. I used to take them boys to go get there at my job. 10, 12 of them boys, man. I got paid good too for driving them. But yeah, so Bush started that.
Oh yeah, it's been happening. I was saying that when it really, the talking point that Kamala's saying that's tied to Trump, that's not true. Like, it got really big in public under the Obama administration just because the amount that were coming over, and then the separation, the deportation, the children that were being kept here, and then they had, like, here in Texas, they had 1-year-olds going to court and stuff like it was
Hey,
really.
sis, let me ask you this, sis. If we didn't have the media that we have now, would you say that many people come across it?
Absolutely not. You mean like
So
you could
media, so
if you
media
were
plays, so
not,
media plays a big perspective part, right?
Let me ask you
oh,
a question. When y'all finish.
Yeah. So media playing a big perspective part of this thing, right?
absolutely. But to your point about it, it doesn't, like, not make it not true. Like, for instance, there was a point in time where cops were just shooting people and they didn't have to put it on camera, you know? So because we started seeing the camera footage, it changed our outrage, but it didn't necessarily change what was going on.
Well, Trump said you're not gonna see no more of those footage, and they would not get prosecuted.
That ain't what that man said now.
Oh yeah, that's what he said, bro. Out his
Come
mouth.
on, come 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 on.
He will give police. He will give the police. Dog, this man
Yeah, but
talking
we
about
taking out of the context, though.
getting rid of Congress.
You're taking out of context, okay?
Nah, bro, no, bro, no,
All
cause
right, man.
I ain't taking that out of context when it's said.
Yeah.
How can you take something out of context when he just strictly
Oh,
said the
he
police
say is
not
right.
be
What are you talking
prosecuted?
about, Darvis? He did say
He
that.
said the police will not be
No. Yeah, but I know, but you taking that particular statement out of context. When you put that statement in context, you find out what will qualify for them boys
So
to
what
get
do you mean?
prosecuted.
All right. So what do you
Because
mean by saying that?
there's certain qualifications. If you do some shit outside that particular what they would like if you operate outside that capacity, then you
His
get
capacity.
processed. If you operate, no, it's not his capacity. It is you know what, man?
No, I'm saying the police already escape prosecution now because of who they are. Now we talking about murdering people in the street now on camera.
Yeah,
Innocent
if you
people on the street
operating
now. He's saying
outside
them
that
people
capacity.
there. He's saying those people there would not get prosecuted. You see how all these police getting prosecuted for doing these illegal murders?
Yeah.
He's saying they will not be prosecuted no more. Dog, listen,
No,
it
if
ain't
you're
no.
doing no, if you operating within the capacity. They
Well,
they
hold
explained
on.
all that shit, man.
Well, who
They
gives them
explained
the
all of it.
capacity? Who gives them
The law, the statutes. The statutes.
All right. So who write the statutes?
Everybody
Who write
has
the
one of those
statutes,
particular
bro?
thing. I
Who
got you.
write the statutes? Who
Congress.
write the statutes?
Congress.
Okay. Then. All right then. He's talking about doing away with Congress.
Hey, listen, man.
He's gonna be writing all the statutes, bro. Him and his cabinet.
Okay.
His
Yeah, but
so-called
a president cannot write. Come on, King. You understand civics, right? We do understand civics. We did go to school, right?
No,
Can
hold
a
on, bro.
president write statutes?
What I'm saying, if he get
I know,
rid of
but can
Congress,
I know what I'm saying, so you know that's not true because the
civics
president
is,
cannot write statutes, King.
hold on, bro, Davis. That's why we got a Congress. But if he get rid of Congress, it ain't no more civics.
You can't get rid of Congress, man. Think
Huh?
about it, King.
We can
You cannot get rid of Congress.
dog.
There was
It's in the
Congress before there was
Constitution.
president.
It's in the
No,
Constitution.
no,
If
no,
they
no, no,
can't
no. You
get
cannot.
rid of
No, no,
Congress
no,
if they're
no,
not
no.
upholding the duties that they supposed to
A
uphold.
congressman. You can get rid of a congressman or congresswoman. You can't get
But
rid
if
of
you don't got,
the whole gang. You can't do that. Come on now.
all
We
right,
do
well,
live
Davis,
under the
if you don't
Constitution,
got nobody serving in Congress, what is Congress?
bro. You can't do that, man. Come on now. Let's be realistic. We understand the Constitution, right?
Can someone bring up, what he said? Because I'm researching and I'm seeing it saying that Trump said in a rally that the federal government needs to provide more funding for the police to have cameras. So when did he say that he would take away the cameras, the body cam? Because I'm seeing that he supports body cam on the police.
Oh, I said about the
I didn't say
immunity.
body cam, baby. I didn't say
You
body
said
cam.
immunity.
I
I
said
don't know about no body
prosecution.
cam. Who said something about
I'm
body
talking about
cam?
immunity. I'm talking about
Immunity,
for these
Dusty.
officers. That's what he's talking about
Yeah, he
providing. I ain't talking
was.
about the cameras.
He trying to get immunity. He keeps
You
saying
ain't
he
even gonna see the film no more. You ain't even gonna see the film no more unless somebody do it on their phone.
Boy.
I mean, the truth is, like the man said a whole bunch of stuff. He just be saying outlandish things that just don't make no like, huh? Is people hearing this?
Yeah. People that hear it understand what he's saying.
The man should say anything that he gonna deport. He gonna deport all the immigrants back. The ones that's illegal too. That's legal too. Excuse me, legal too. Come
I
on.
know, but you got I understand what you're saying now. When it comes down to that presidential thing, dog, you got two basic candidates and a whole country of people gonna feel different ways about whatever candidate they decide to go with. It's not gonna get us nowhere arguing about who will
That's
be a
just
better candidate or whatever, know what I mean? The facts are the facts, right?
it's not working. That's just how it is.
There's something the president can do and something the president can't do.
Well, Trump does what he wants. And you know
No.
that to be true. And 2 times he got all them people that did what they did.
Congress is what keeps the president in place. If it's
No,
no Congress,
Congress make
who
laws.
keeps the president in place?
It's triple power, it's like a three-dimensional thing.
Yeah,
You got the
exactly.
legislative branch, you got the executive branch, you got the judicial branch.
No one
Okay,
can
Yeah.
say, "Oh, I'm
They all got
going
their own.
and I'm going to take over one of the branches." No one can say, "Oh, I'm going to get into the Supreme Court and I'm going to get rid of the executive branch." No one can say, "Oh, I'm doing legislation that's going to get rid of the executive branch." The three branches are for checks and balances, meaning none of them are over the other. They are
Well,
all in
why Trump put his own people
so
inside
there's
the
no way one of the branches can cut off from another branch. It's impossible. But I'm still, what I'm saying, y'all, is I'm researching Trump and I'm seeing where he's saying
I
that he
just sent
don't
you something,
believe
baby.
in qualified immunity. Okay, go.
Yeah, I just sent you something. Check your email.
You emailed it or texted? Sorry.
I emailed it.
Okay,
I
I'm checking.
ain't programmed the new number yet, baby. I need to program that shit. That shit was all over Facebook, and I ain't even got Facebook, man. And he been saying this before he even ran for president. He was saying some of these things before he even knew, before his charges came up. He ain't even supposed to be running for president with those charges.
I'll tell you what, something else crazy, dog. He wasn't even supposed to have them charges. He's a president, a sitting president. Some things he immune to. When he acting in a presidential capacity, he's immune to those different things. But they brought it up because they can do that. And ain't nobody really checking him. He doing something different than what the system normally do. He changing that. So everybody who normally making money off our ignorancy, it threatened. Because he about to come bring some different shit that he about to make these niggas look at us. And when they put a light on us, then we all gonna be unelectable again.
Having foreign dignitaries at Camp David, which is a presidential sacred spot, taking
Huh?
taking confidential
You look
information
at it,
out
make
the
sure.
White House to Mar-a-Lago and having
Yeah, but he's a
meetings.
president. He can do that.
No,
He's the
no,
president.
no, no, no. That's what. No, ain't no president, ain't no sitting president
That's
ever.
not true, Ken. Yes, they did. In fact, they
No.
found Biden with something. He wasn't even president.
Then why they charging him with this, man? For taking information
Because you
out of
can charge a cheeseburger. You can actually indict a cheeseburger, King. That don't mean you can find him guilty.
all right, man. All right.
Hold on. I think Miss Wanda's question is really good for everybody to answer. But except me, I'm not voting for this very reason. Um, she's asking if we could break down why are we still voting since the Electoral College determines the outcome, and why are we still voting the presidential election for candidates that were already selected for us to elect?
Because it's our family's government. And we got to take it back. We got to start off somewhere. But our ancestors made this government, and we will be sorry as fuck if we don't at least try to get it back. We have a responsibility. We grown now.
How does voting get it back?
It's an attempt. You got to vote. There's all kind of. Come on now, let's be honest, right? Without a vote, you can never have. You can never really have standing to do anything without fulfilling these certain situations, certain positions. And it starts with the local, but it ends up with the presidency, Congress,
Elon
the
Musk
judiciary.
never has to vote in his life, and he'll have more power than all of us combined.
No, no, no.
What,
All he would be,
what about voting?
Elon Musk.
What about voting do you see that gives us as our only right to power?
Yeah, but power don't necessarily have to do with commercial entities. Know what I mean, them boys sell shit. He's a commercial entity. You talk about the government. The government, your ancestors started. Who are we if we ain't trying to take it back?
How is voting taking it back? You're not explaining that part. If you're voting
Because the
for,
whole purpose of voting is try to put somebody
hold
inside
on.
there. Somebody.
They gave you two people to say, hey, choose between these two people. These are your only options of who can be president. How do you feel like that's going to give you some option to take it back? If the people that you're
Because,
trying to take it back from are the ones that are giving you the two people to vote for.
Mom, you sound scared.
I ain't scared of nothing. I don't participate in fake ass stuff. If I see that it's fake, I'm gonna automatically be like, oh, you can't placate me. You can't give me a controller that's not plugged in. And now at my 36 years of age, you could do that when I was 5, and I think, oh, I'm playing this video game with my brother. I'm 5. But now once I start getting a little older, I know I check that plug to say, hey, you didn't even plug my controller in. I'm not playing. So why are we so old and they're giving us a controller that's not plugged in, and we still believe that that's controlling anything?
Because we grown now. We understand that our voice, whether we vote or not, it also means something. We can all not vote, and the impact will show. If we all vote, the impact will show. The problem is we're not voting for nobody that has our interests in heart. So we got to go with the closest thing until we can get somebody in there. We got to do the same thing these so-called Jewish people did, the same thing these so-called Asian people did, or these Indian people did, the same thing these Asian people did, the same thing these Koreans did, the same thing everybody else in the world did. It's time for us to wake up and take responsibility, and let's go out here and do something. Even if we all don't vote, that just is powerful. That might be more powerful than us voting.
Well, I noticed it's been like a fad that's been saying that people of color's votes don't count. Now I don't know how true that is or how true it doesn't or it isn't. Somebody says it's
It's
Then
not people of color, man.
why do
It's
people
not
Well,
come
people of
campaigning
color.
us?
just wait a minute,
It's not
Darvis.
people.
But I'm saying
It's the bullshit.
because of that, a lot of people that are considered black are not voting. If y'all have noticed it.
are you familiar with gerrymandering and what it is?
Well, you can explain it because I might not be. But what I am saying, Dustin, that lately, now people back in the day, and you know I'm older than y'all, used to vote. Now all of a sudden they say, well, the electuals or somebody's votes is the only ones that really count. I can't think of the name of it. Um, but like since people been saying that people of color haven't, that's how Velda Potter didn't win because our people was like, well, our votes don't matter anyway. So because of that, our people didn't go out and vote, and she didn't win because our people didn't go vote. Like, and that's
They
for like,
usually-
and that's for like the mayor and the city council and all this here kind of stuff. They they just say black people's votes don't matter, so they just don't be voting. They just lazy with everything now.
They can easily say
Exactly.
that. I can say back into time before you were even born, they did not vote. My mom and dad were born in 1950 and 1955. They're the only two people I'm getting my talking points from because what they told us is to never participate in voting, never participate in the census, none of that. It's all against you. If they never had to participate in credit, my dad would be like, don't even be a part of it. Make sure you have enough money to bypass credit. That's how he lives. But I just don't, I'm not afforded his wealth. But anyways, they did not believe in any of those structures. So no, it's not
Claim
true
it,
that,
drag it.
oh, we're going to a point where we don't believe it, but our elders believed in it. No, there's plenty of elders that never believed in voting. But what I will say is gerrymandering, which is a known
What's your
thing as
last name, Queen?
huh? What?
What's your last name? Pronounce it for me.
My last name on my dad's side would be Wheeler. On my
Oh, your
mom's side,
last name.
Copeland, Pendergrass. But anyway, let me finish what I'm saying. So, gerrymandering, because most people don't know what gerrymandering is. It's a big thing to say why they said the black vote doesn't count. So, gerrymandering is these invisible lines where they create counties as far as for voting. So, what they used to do as far as instead of like a black county that you would think is just automatically they're gonna vote or and be all together because they live right next to each other. No, what gerrymandering do was to divide an invisible line through that black county and make it a part of another county. It didn't matter if it was L-shaped, star-shaped counties, any kind of weird thing to actually maneuver to say, okay, the votes are going to go to the Republicans on this side. The votes are going to go to the Democrats on this side. So gerrymandering has been a real big deal to actually um, really stifle the votes that come out of different communities, whether they be Black, Latino, LGBT communities. They can just change the lines through gerrymandering and make sure that the vote is suppressed by those lines. But I don't believe in the vote even before gerrymandering.
All right, cool.
But I just
Gerrymander,
think
I know, but gerrymander, the whole
no,
gerrymander in the process,
I
Queen, is still
didn't.
based on the city council allowing those lines to be drawn somewhere. You still got to vote city council in. City council is the one who divide or decide where the city borders gonna be at. Same thing with the county. Same thing with state. Whoever make them decisions, Queen, still been
Do we
voted
vote
in.
for the council in, or do they just tell us, oh, this person was elected and we believe them and we believe they counted the
Hey,
votes?
baby.
And it's okay, so it's the same thing. They give us these people, we're supposed to believe and trust in the process from people that we don't believe and trust. Like,
Hey, I
their
understand what you're
process
saying
is
too, man.
okay.
I understand what you're saying, Queen. It seemed crazy sometimes. It seemed like, you know what I mean, so much buffoonery is not even worth even voting.
Can
Cool.
you hear me,
I
Dawson?
understand that.
I
Dawson.
can see now.
Okay, Dot, you'll have to drop the link again. For some reason, my mouse is not. It's not working. I don't know why. I don't know what I did or what I hit or what I pushed, but anyway.
Who do we have up here?
Oh,
Who's
Bad
that?
Hombre is trying to come up. Can you buzz lawyer? He asked him to drop the link. He got
Who's
some.
that? Who's that just came up? I didn't see the name.
I don't see the name either. Peace,
Wait
peace.
a minute.
Sir.
It's Two Trap.
Okay, well, welcome
Oh,
to Trap.
Two Trap.
What up? What up,
But
y'all?
Dot,
Can y'all hear me?
you'll have to drop. Can you drop the link, please?
Yes, I'm gonna do it now. 1 sec.
All right,
Right now. Go ahead, Two Traps.
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me? Because my headphones weren't working at first.
We hear you.
Okay, I just want to say what's good, what up, what up. I'm Scrambled Minds. I love y'all. I fuck with y'all. Listen to y'all like, you know what I'm saying? Every day, you know what I'm saying? I fuck with y'all. I love y'all. Peace.
That was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. What was y'all just talking about? Because I I'm just trying to. What was
No,
y'all just-
T-Trap, do you believe in voting? Do you believe voting is a real power and the elects, whether it's Congress or the president or anything, any voting sector that you have, that the people are the ones that vote them in, or do you believe that they're being selected?
I don't know. I don't believe that we vote them in. I mean, I feel like it's all like it's just harvesting our energy at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, it's a selective. They're gonna select who they want to select, right? So and it's been proven over time. We don't elect we don't elect or select nothing that we got going on. We have nothing to do with the stuff, so, right? So that's just what I'm looking at as a collective. And I mean, what do y'all think about that? I mean, we don't have no say so or nothing. So how we got to say so on who's the president or who's not the president? We ain't got to say
People
so on
like
anything else.
Dosey, yeah, brother. People like Dosey in the state that she in, she's part of the electoral college. Her votes matter. See, y'all got to realize what state y'all in. Swing
Well,
states.
we were talking about like the
So
presidential
these
type shit.
yeah, the electoral college states matter. Every goddamn vote matter in electoral college states.
Yeah,
Ain't no
like for the
popularity.
My question, when you say electoral college states, because all states have electoral college votes, are you saying the ones that have the most votes? The ones that have the most?
Ones, baby.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
the major ones. Texas, California, Pennsylvania, New York, stuff like that, Chicago or whatever in the Midwest. One of those states in the Midwest. The rest of the electoral states are swing states pretty much. Because they can go either way at sometimes.
Yeah, but have you've seen when the popular vote for a state is one, but the electoral votes for a state go to the other component. So how do we know that we are the ones that influence our electoral college?
So in other words, your electoral college, how many votes your state has, lets you know how much counties participate in the electoral votes. Or cities, or however y'all break down, because every state might be different. But that's what breaks down your electoral colleges. So if you'll say like your state might have 10 electoral votes, I think it's like 12 in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. I think it might be 20 something in Texas and Cali. So if you're like 20 something votes, electoral votes, they go to counties, certain counties, you know what I mean, predict that electoral votes. So if you're a person within that county, then yes. But if you're outside that county, then yeah, you might not play a part in it. That's when you go towards the popularity.
Well, I think the contradiction, to Wanda's point initially earlier, because I had mentioned that, like I agree that it's a selection on election. and the presidency is not, who wins is based off of, who gets the majority electoral college votes, not the popular vote. But under democracy, it says, it's supposed to be majority rule. So it should be, it should be that the president is elected based on individual votes or the popular vote. So that's not true. That's not how they're elected, right? And there has been sometimes, there's been a handful of presidents, I don't know if it's 4 or 5 of them now, that actually became president because they won the electoral college but lost the popular vote. And one of them is Trump when he ran against Clinton, right? So Clinton won the popular vote in mass, but Donald won the electoral college vote and he became president. So it doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened definitely. And I think Bush was another one that won through the electoral college and not through the popular vote.
Yep, Al Gore won the popular vote.
That was the time when that Pizzagate shit was going on. Like Hillary was getting all them Obama was getting exposed for all that shit, all that, and you know what I'm saying. And Trump was exposing it, and I know I was looking at it too. I'm like, I wasn't for Trump back then, but I knew about that shit, and yeah.
Most people don't know about Pizzagate, just to get you a little idea, because I don't know how much we can really talk about it without it flagging us. But Pizzagate is something that even the FBI released a CIA document about different terms that were being used for children trafficking. So it was different things that, like pizza, hot dogs, spaghetti, and those were code words for
Like when they order like 50,000 worth of hot dogs to the White House.
that they were doing it, and they were getting children from these things. So Pizzagate was crazy. And then and yes, it's really, I don't know if it's still up now. It was searchable, an FBI document before in their research things, but I don't know, with everything that's going down, I don't know if you can still see it. But I did before years ago, and it was there.
Yeah, because I live in DC, and the White House is shut down. So I don't like all the, like, when y'all, like, I don't know what all the, like, if you see White House stuff at the White House, it's not at the White House. It's shut down. So I actually work down there too, like 2 blocks away from that shit shut down. It's gated up. So it's all that shit is shut down. Ain't nothing running through there.
You know what I always think when I haven't been to DC in a minute, but I know the times that I've been, I am so confused. I'm like, this is supposed to be the nation's capital, and you'll see homeless people. I don't know if it got better now, but you'll see homeless people on the street, like outside the White House gate, like it's dirty, and it's supposed to be like the nation's capital.
Right,
and it's
right.
not, it don't look like it at all. Look,
You're right. You're right. And it's like, because I work at Department of Justice. I'm a chef, so every time I get off work, it's like they be part, like they got big ass blankets. They be sleeping. I'm like,
yeah, like right there out on the street, like, and and it don't seem like they were pressed to move. The cops wasn't trying to like get them. I was like, okay, nation capital. Says a lot. It says a
Hey,
lot.
Dosey, did you see what I sent you about the electoral college? Since people was in the chat telling me that's not how it worked. Like I said, it's based on counties and cities. So if you have a bigger state, you may hold more electoral votes.
Let me go get it. Hold on. And I'm going to drop down.
I hate when people just be talking out the side of their neck, man. Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy.
Why are you fussing?
But I'm with Davis, dog. Local, man. Local, y'all. Local. But it's crazy how they put the presidents on the local ballot.
It's too late.
That's crazy. They put the presidents on the local ballots, man. They put the federal on local ballots. They put the federal people too. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like they make you vote. You know what I mean? In other words, like they make you vote for somebody. Because I think if you don't vote for somebody on that sheet, because I just started voting not too long ago, shit, about 5 years ago. That's my first time voting, shit, because I was a felon. But you know what I mean? Yeah, I think if you don't fill out for all of those, boy, all the people on that ballot, I need to ask somebody that. I don't think they count that. I think that would be a fucking incomplete ballot or something. The computer might not read it because they run everything through these computers now.
All right. So just to switch gears a little bit, right? Y'all heard what happened with Israel bombing Lebanon, and then Iran doing a retaliatory launch and trying to bomb Israel. You guys heard about that? Yes or no? I'll take that as a no. Did y'all hear about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did y'all hear about that in the chat? If y'all heard about that, press 1. And what happened was, okay. So while Dulcie gets up, I guess what I'll do is I'll share something with you guys. 1 second.
I was wondering what happened because I had got knocked out. Nothing was working, so I had to redo everything. So I don't know what happened to Dulcie.
1 second, y'all.
Boy, talk about I just Google this shit. The boys don't know I fuck with politics. Dosey. You see in the chat though, like, oh, he just Google it. Oh, Dosey ain't in it. So you just Google it. No, dog. You're wrong. Africa without a nation, man. Hey, listen, man. One African nation. What nation in Africa is there? I'll leave that alone.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll leave that
I don't
alone.
know.
All right, y'all see this? Hold on.
Oh, that's Two Trap that was in the chat. I can see the names now. Oh, that's Two
That's
Trap.
me, yeah.
No, Two Trap was up on the thing with us.
Yeah, he was in the panel. I mean, he was in the chat, but we couldn't see the names. Go ahead, sis. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, no doubt. All right. So, and this is something that I think truthfully is important to kind of dissect. Just because, we already discussed before, Israel doesn't move without the permission of the United States. And whoever is going to become president is going to inherit this ticking time bomb, right? It's only been a matter of time. But let me play this for you guys real quick.
Of violence in the Middle East. The U.S. says around 200 Iranian ballistic missiles launched from Iran rained down across Israel this evening, sending people running for cover. Just moments after air raid sirens sounded, the sky filled with streaks of light. Incoming missiles, many appearing to explode in the air, intercepted by Israeli and American defenses. Iran launching waves of missiles toward Israel in retaliation for its recent killing of the leader of Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militia group. Remarkably, Israel says there were no deaths and few injuries as a result of the missile strikes this evening. The attacks not a surprise after U.S. intelligence several hours earlier warned a missile attack by Iran was imminent. This evening, Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu making clear there will be a response. Our team witnessed it all from the ground. Raf Sanchez leads us off with the latest now from northern Israel.
It began just after 7:30 local time.
I can tell you at this moment, the skies above us are lighting up.
What looked to us from the grounds like deadly shooting stars, Iranian ballistic missiles slamming down one after another near an Israeli airbase. Also seen over Jerusalem's western wall and across the country. Israel says its air defense is taking out most of the incoming missiles.
We are seeing some of these missiles, they are either falling apart, a sign that they have been intercepted, or they are making their way down towards the ground here in northern Israel.
The IDF says around 180 Iranian missiles fired in total in 2 waves, minutes apart.
We are once again seeing the skies lighting up now.
Traveling the nearly 1,000 miles from Iran to Israel in just 11 minutes. Later, like millions of others, we took cover when we heard the warning sirens.
That's the sirens. We're going to head to safety.
President Biden had ordered the U.S. military to assist in defending Israel. Tonight, the Pentagon saying U.S. Navy destroyers fired a dozen interceptors at the incoming missiles.
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event.
The U.S. condemning the Iranian actions.
Okay, wait, hold up, y'all. Let me stop that. Sorry about that. Now, that's a mouthful. And that is something, in 2024, we have to remember that this is we are all interdependent amongst one another in 2024. We better care about what goes on outside these borders, right? Just as much as we care about what's going on inside. And if we think that little set off, right, with Iran trying to throw their little thing back to Israel for Israel bombing Lebanon, that's something we need to pay major attention to.
Facts. Agree with that.
So America was sent in to intercept the bombs or whatever, the missiles, because I seen how they was just exploding in the sky.
Well, everything is strategic, because if you remember, let me see, a few shows ago,
Y'all know how they all went off the
Jarvis.
Ah, man, my bad.
What the hell? You got Tourette's or something? Your man got Tourette's or something. Just not blurting shit out. Like, chill, man. Relax. Anyway, oh my goodness. Done threw me off my square now. Totally forgot what I was getting ready to say. All right, Darvis, who has Tourette's, what's up? What did you have to ask us?
You can tell God when he talk. You can't talk when God talking.
No, he didn't.
Just because he said that, I'ma jump in. But so, Sister Freedom, yes, the U.S. let off interceptors to try to defuse the bombs, but they couldn't defuse them all, of course. Iran, I think they said, did like 100, and it was the biggest one that they've ever done. I know that, but
And
I think it was at 130 something.
Are they mad because they killed a man or something? Somebody got killed?
Yeah, they're mad for some Hezbollah leaders, but this tension has been going up since Hezbollah and Israel have been going back and forth. So this is the moment that people have really been dreading, which is Iran to jump into it.
Can we point out the fact that none of this was going on during Trump administration, when Trump was in office?
Oh, we had even worse. We had COVID. Those were the
We didn't have no wars.
Yeah, but that is a war, silent war.
But that wasn't under Trump. That had nothing to do with Trump.
Yes, it did start with what?
Trump had nothing to do with the COVID.
How people are forgetting. Yes, it did. The majority of it was.
That was a psyop. That was.
No,
even if Trump wasn't in office, that was gonna happen regardless.
Me having to go out and buy all this toilet paper and paper towels, and all them people was in trucks. They was taking bodies. They was showing on the news hundreds and hundreds of bodies that they didn't even have nowhere for them to even be buried or no funerals. You're gonna stop playing. Trump told us to drink bleach or disinfectant or something.
But Trap, to your point, and this is my conspiracy. I do believe that they're setting it up for Kamala to become president, and I do believe that she's becoming president for this, for all the attentions that are going to be rising amongst Israel and Iran. I'm just like, since we lost the first time between Iran and Afghanistan, how are we going to win this time since we're just doing another run back of the same 10-year war we had before that we didn't win? But I
It's
do
so
believe that it's
far-fetched.
coming back, and I do believe some other things are going to come back that we're going to see under Kamala's presidency. It's going to remind us just of all of 9/11. 9/11 is about to have a replay under Kamala.
I just don't think so. And just as many people that died in the 9/11 died during COVID. But I'm just saying, so you actually think that this war that started now, they're gonna put her in, and they don't even like Trump. Why wouldn't they let Trump go in so he could take the fall for it? Why would they let Kamala go in just so she could take the fall for it?
Because of the stage.
I'm just trying to make sure mentally that makes sense. So wait a
So
minute.
you don't decide about
I mean, in my mind,
holding
that's
up?
what I'm trying to say. So you going to cause a war that's already started, and because Biden was sickly is why Kamala, in the duty that she has no other choice but to have come in because she was the vice president. But all it is, just so she could take the fall for it, and just because she's in office, we're gonna see another kind of 9/11. Just because she's in office. Why? Is it because she's a woman? I'm trying to figure out what would be the reason. I was just trying to make
Because he's
sense.
Israeli. She married the Israeli. That
Well,
whole
that
thing.
because
Yeah,
the
yeah, no,
background, but I would
that's that
say,
question,
Sister
right?
Freedom, I do believe some portion of it is because she's a woman. I do believe some of it is a whole thing, just like they set up Obama for such a horrible foreign run. He was great domestically, but he started a lot of the foreign things, and I believe his purpose was to take out Gaddafi. But to your question, yes, I believe that they'll use it to be like, oh, this is why we don't have women presidents. I do believe that.
I feel like I just gave you that because it ain't making no sense
No,
to
I
me.
would say that.
Isn't
No,
her
I would
husband
say that
Israeli?
before.
Her husband is not an Israeli. No, he's Jewish.
He's
Excuse
Jewish.
me. My bad, Jewish. People
Um,
in Israel call themselves well. Anyway, though, back to the that little interview they showed a little while ago. Y'all notice how all those bombs hitting the same area?
yes,
They
and it's
ain't damaged
all like
nothing.
an airport, like an air base thing, like where it's a lot of space for.
Wait, have you seen
Y'all remember
Lebanon
World War
series
One?
lately? You saying they ain't damaged nothing? You
No, I said
saying they
Lebanon.
ain't
I'm
damaged
saying
nothing?
Israel. Those
Oh, okay,
missiles
yeah,
that
Israel.
landed
Okay.
Israel. Y'all remember how we got into
Are
World
we
War
are
One?
we are we skipping the fact that Trump had no wars on his belt?
It was a war. COVID was a
That's
war,
That
not
man.
wasn't
that's
no
not
war, man.
I don't know what y'all
no.
listen. Y'all
That
got
wasn't no war.
things. Well, you can say whatever you
Yeah,
want, but
that
it
was
was
a fucking
silent. It
epidemic.
was
Yeah,
silent
Yeah.
worldwide
warfare.
epidemic.
Yeah, that was
That
a
was
If
a
you look up in
pandemic,
the
not
biological
even
sky
an
when
that was a
the
epidemic.
chip
It
falls
had
biological
down like
gotten
that, that's a war.
You
that
can
it
call
had
it
gotten so big it
epidemic.
became a pandemic,
Pandemic.
which
Right,
is
You
bigger
can
than an
call it an
epidemic.
epidemic if you want,
right,
but it's
sis. My
still
bad,
killing
But
sis. My
people.
bad.
I
That
think he was meant for that too. I mean, like y'all. I mean, I guess I'm the resident conspiracist, but I do believe that it was meant for him to be there in that moment. But what I would say to Trap as far as the non-war thing, this is why I'm doing my conspiracy, and I'm gonna tell you I was right if my conspiracy comes true. But this is my conspiracy as far as because of it, because I do believe that Trump would have some more mitigation before trying to actually just insert all our troops to
you think
be
he's
whatever
crazy?
will that Israel wants us to be. But I feel like Kamala is going to be at the will to Israel as far as to like whenever they say, oh, it's time for the troops to come out, I believe they're going to either send out the troops automatically or that's where I think the whole 9/11 play is going to happen again.
Yeah,
Wow.
because
Wait a minute.
Kamala
So,
ain't got no
wait a minute. Wait
backbone.
a minute. Wait a
She
minute.
don't
Wait
have
a
no
minute. Wait a minute.
military
Wait a minute. Wait a
backbone,
minute.
so
Wait a
she
minute.
don't
Wait
know
a
how
Her
to
minute.
father
deal with
married to a
So wait a
Jew.
minute.
shit
Can
like
I
that.
say something? I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but I was talking. Then Dulcie came in. I want to reply to what Dawson is saying. Just give me. First of all, COVID was a biological. Like, thank you for the word indigenous black man warfare. It's still killing people. This is like if they set off a bomb that's gonna kill a lot of people and it just lingers for years. But I'm saying they just silently did it. They just sent something in, and that's happened before with different
It's a code.
things. I'm just saying, okay. I don't know if I should say nothing or not because and
It's just a
then
code.
this thing about choosing different, like, I mean, that might be a conspiracy thing that Dulcie trying to put out there, but I don't think so. And Trump would try to anybody that was in that would be in that position would try to see if they could stop things before it could happen. But Trump, the same person who started that riot January 6th and enlightened that fuel, that
That man
crazy.
ain't done no damn right, man.
Yes, he did.
You talking
Yes,
about
he
the same
did.
person
He did, and
that sent
that's
them
what he's
troops
going to
out
court for
when
now.
Nancy
Wait,
Pelosi
you
was
guys,
running them?
You gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish her point. I understand, but hold on.
Right
Sorry.
Go
now,
ahead, Sister Freedom.
they in court talking about it. Pence is telling all about the conversations that went on. Pence is telling about the phone calls that he made, telling the people what to do. There's people that's telling what he did and what he said. Okay, and Pence was his right-hand man. And he got mad at Pence because Pence wasn't doing what he wanted him to do too. And that's why they were saying they was going to hang Pence and all this here. Pence is telling everything. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to
They
find
going to
it.
sell out, baby.
What the heck ever. The truth is still going to be the light. He enticed the riot. He said to make them riot. He said it.
Baby, them boys been there with ladders and
Okay,
shit
so he
before.
said it.
He said,
Trump
look
said it.
at the
Trump
court
was the
case.
one that said he
Please.
wanted to put the national security in place, and it was declined by Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
So
I don't believe
he
that.
was trying to put
I
troops in
know because
place,
you're a
but it was
Democrat.
I
declined.
don't believe that. He was lying on her because they in court
But
now.
it's
Pence
documented.
didn't say anything about her.
That's a different.
Okay,
Anybody
so
biased.
let Two Trap educate us on what happened. What happened with Nancy Pelosi?
I don't know
But
why his word is more than
No, it's
anybody.
just because it's his turn, and I told them to be quiet as far as for you to
okay,
finish. So I'm just
it
saying, as
was
far as for Two Trap to get his turn
it
now,
was
But it wasn't.
uninterrupted.
Trump was trying to
Oh,
put
I thought you
the
ended too. As far as it, you had been talking for a while.
Talking. He just started talking. He did it a couple times when I was talking.
Okay, sorry, Two Trap. If you're gonna be right after her, Sister Freedom, if you could go, and then
I
Two
was
Trap is gonna be
going.
after you.
I was
my
going,
bad,
but
Freedom.
you know
My
how
bad,
it makes
sister.
it longer when somebody interrupts you. And I don't have a problem with you really saying anything. I just wanted to say the truth is going to be the light. Now they in court about it. Pence
Got it.
telling everything. Now Pence is coming out telling everything. How he told them to make sure that they riot. Now we can't have, I mean, all right, go ahead and say what you got to say. Let me see if I can find it real quick because this.
When Trump was trying to put the national security out, I think it was national security. I think it was I don't know. It was something like that. National security. I think it was something like that. It got declined by Nancy Pelosi. Um, it was a big deal, and it got declined. And I already know it's deeper than what it is that everybody looking at it. When that riot happened, they ran up in that in that building and got them laptops and got the files that was exposing the Democrats. So I will give them that. So as far as that, I give them that. I've been looking at stuff from a third eye. I've been watching a lot of stuff, and I know because I live down the street from that shit, and I not that I because I live down the street from it, but they they've been it's a lot of cover-ups. It's a lot of the Democrats, Democrats, and I'm not neither one for either one, but I know the Democrats with the I don't want to keep saying whatever. So fast forward, with that situation, uh, it was a lot of information that was extracted during that riot on that January 6th, and I don't feel like Trump like caused it or whatever, because I don't see no facts that he did cause it, and even I mean, I just don't see it. I don't have no records of it. I haven't seen it. He didn't say, "Oh, go do this or go do that." He tried to, so whatever. So that's just.
Well, I'll say while she's going in and getting that video, I think that she's gonna play, and then there's another video. What I'll say is, even if he started it, I'm like, so what? One of the main things that I noticed when Trump is president, which is I don't understand why we were upset about it, is a lot of white on white crime. And though the Democrats like to loop us in it and be like, "Oh, this is something you should care about too," I can even say during Trump's presidency, the even mass shootings, it was greater affecting white people than it was in our community at the time. Even white people were dying at Black Lives Matter protests, not us, white people. So it was just, to me, I mean, I get it that we're like, oh, all for one, we're Americans, all this other stuff. But to me, it was like the beginning of Helter Skelter, which is something I'm for. I do not feel like that we should be the ones that, like Darvis is saying, we fight to take it back or anything like that. No, what we see is if we sit back, they'll take each other out and then we can go back in power. And I think that is the way into power, not voting, us sitting back, letting them fight each other to till they demolish each other, and then there we go. We have our power back.
You know what? Those I agree with you with that
It's
too.
not so much as white on white crime. That's not. It's just the fact that they did it, and they was white. That's like, it's like this man had that much control to incite that. Then he robbed. Then he was mad because Mike Pence didn't do what he wanted, because he said when it comes to fraud, you know what I'm saying, the rules change, because he didn't want to believe that he lost. And he incited the riot. That's what I'm saying, that he had that much control, that he had control of. I mean, I hear people now hearing what they want to hear out this man's mouth and making excuses for it. There's no way possible that we should be caring for a man that's saying that he's the next best thing for Black people than Abraham freaking Lincoln, and that his rallies that he has are as big as Martin Luther King's. I mean, he just says things that just don't make no, that he shouldn't be saying out his mouth. And then they're taking your Black jobs. These immigrants are come over and taking your Black jobs. What's the hell is a Black job?
But think about that. Did he lie?
No, a Black job can be a nurse, a doctor, a lawyer, hell, the president of the United States. All the money the rappers make, the stars make, the actresses make. What is a Black job?
But a Black
But
job
my
is.
question, hold on, let me ask Sister Freedom a question, because we're supposed to be revolutionaries and we want to take back control. So you're saying it's not about white on white, but it was white on white. And if the white Republicans, if the white Republicans and the white Democrats are going at it to the point that they destroy each other, how does that not benefit us?
No, you missed my point. Okay, let's say this though, Dulcie.
I love
No, that's a
that.
question I have for you. That's a question I have for you, not about your point. That's my
I don't know
question.
why it put it. No, I hear your point, but when Trump was president, for some reason, it put a big old S on white people's chest too. I didn't know what that was all about, because Trump was president. All the white presidents we done had. I don't know what that made them feel like, just because Trump was the president after, I guess it was after Obama. So that just, or whatever. But the fact is, if say he loses this time, what's going to happen then? He's going to incite people and say that they cheated him again and do this.
But
and
they
do
did
that.
cheat him, though, baby.
What? You know what? I can't listen to stupid.
I don't even think it's going to be in an election, for real.
I can't listen to that. That's just, Darvis, you the same person that don't believe that we need the sun in order to live. I mean, I mean, sorry, Darvis, but
Yeah, man.
anyway,
You got people in Alaska that don't have the sun for 6 months. They still
To
living.
qualify as
don't make no
a
sense
president,
to
you have to
me.
have a
Anything that
military
don't make
background.
sense to me, the best thing for me to do is to ignore it and just think about the people that's saying it.
Or question the nigga saying it. Ask the
You
nigga
said
who said
that
the question,
you
and
said
maybe you'll be able to understand it.
cheated him. They fired him and was trying to impeach him and all kinds of stuff. For what?
Yeah, but
Oh, okay.
because he like you, he like me.
Wow.
Hey man, that's how they do people.
That's
But
serious.
in
This
order to
man
have a
are you forgetting? This man and his dad started a real estate. And when they was doing real estate, you know why the real estate they got in trouble for not wanting to give black people apartments, and they didn't want to rent to them and all that.
Man, that ain't true, baby. Come on now.
What?
Think about it now. Look at all the shit this nigga done did for.
Oh my
That
God.
nigga funded Jesse Jackson campaign.
All over the YouTube. You
That
can
nigga
see
had R. Kelly inside his apartment for free. They had the
he
homeless
made a
lady
lot of
inside the
money off
apartment
of
for
Trump.
free.
God, it's
Come
true.
on now, you
gonna
can't
lie.
really say that now. Look at Trump history. Anytime that nigga took pictures, he
Nah,
around black
gonna
people.
lie though.
It's the truth.
That nigga been around black. Anytime you see that nigga on the camera, he taking a picture with a black person. That nigga was not that, baby.
Oh, he's
The
doing that
boys saying that they saying that, baby, to get you to not look at him as goddamn.
all black college. He's pandering.
He gave them boy the money for it.
They saying that he's doing AI, putting black people in pictures with him.
Who is they though?
Who is exactly? I'm about to ask the same
The
question.
YouTube. The YouTube is just
You
like
you on YouTube?
just like y'all looking at it. I'm looking at the same thing. The news.
But you on YouTube too though.
The news. Okay. What that mean?
So who the they? I'm saying you said they doing this, they doing that. Who the they?
Dulcinea, because you irritating me. I can't listen to that. What happened to Dulcie?
Ain't nobody but me and you, mama.
Okay. Well,
We gonna argue the rest of the night, nigga.
You can talk to Two Trap since y'all both, on the same.
So sister, so what happens if we don't? Okay, so say Trump is out the question,
And
right?
I can agree with you saying that, Dulcie, that it ain't nothing to do with us. I
Sister,
can agree with that. I'm gonna speak to my sister right now. I can almost agree with that because that's their stupidity and that craziness. I'm talking about the control of somebody who clearly lost having that much control to make somebody do something like that. I can agree that they ain't had nothing to do with us. I'm just saying what could have something to do with us. Just like the impact that we're getting now from the mouth that he got saying that them people was eating dogs and cats and taking pictures.
But they were though, baby.
Hold on, dog. Hold on,
liar too. And that's a shame. And that's
they got it on YouTube too.
I got a question. Hold on. Can I ask you? I want to ask Sister Frida a question. So if we, so let's take Trump out the question, right? I mean, out the equation, right? It's no Trump. So all we have is Democratic parties to deal with. What can we look forward to?
Listen, I'm gonna say this to you. We can look for whatever Kamala says she's trying to do for us. But here's this: I don't care about Democrat or Republican. I care about truth and fairness. Okay.
Okay. So what truth does
if Trump didn't say or do some of the things, I wouldn't have no problem voting with Trump. I don't care nothing about because I don't know Kamala. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have no problem in voting for Trump if I thought she was the Wicked Witch of the West. Okay, none. It's just the things. I come from a different class. You know what I'm saying? Different time. I can't deal with some of the things that he say, and I can't and I can't deal with some of the things that would come out from the things that he said. So
right. That's why I'm trying to get him out the equation. So X him out the equation. That's what I'm saying.
Whatever she said that she's going to try to do for us, since you asked.
But what is she saying though? That's what I'm asking. Like, what are we looking forward to?
About taxes, about giving more for people who are trying to buy houses. Whatever you heard her say, I ain't gonna go through her whole plan on what she's done said every time she's been in one of her little interviews and stuff. I don't know if you just purposely not hearing it or you just don't hear it. It's just I don't feel like going through that. Just go back and listen to all the things that she says she's trying to do if she becomes the president. It's just see, that's it.
Well, I'll say what the things that I'm fearful of. The 25,000 she's saying that she giving the first time homeowners. I'm a little leery of, I want to see the requirements. What different earmarks are they attaching to that? Because we saw that in Evanston, Illinois, for that to be a form of reparations that so far only 4 Black families has qualified for. What the hell are the qualifications that the Black families aren't qualifying to get this supplement that they're saying is a form of reparation? So that's one thing I fear as far as for them, because that was a major point from the Democratic side. The second is this $6,000 tax credit, child tax credit. First, like, why not increase it for everybody? Her thing is for the newborns to come in, for them to have $6,000 for a new tax credit. And it's like, dang, well, what about all these children that are here right now? Why we got to go out and have more children to get this $6,000 child tax? Yeah, that's what she said, for newborn children. So that's why I was confused. I don't know if she means, if she made a mistake when she said that, but she said it for newborn. She said it in an interview that it would be for newborn children. And I don't believe I should have to go get another baby to get this tax credit. Then
all mothers, because she did say something about child care. I heard her when she said that, but I did hear also what she said about when she's speaking on how much it is for daycares, and I can understand why she said that, because it's extremely high.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was saying, as far as for her saying 4 newborn babies, because she said $6,000 child tax for newborn babies. That was my premise of that, to be like, oh, so I have to go out and have a new baby to get the $6,000, or are you going to just do a $6,000 child tax
Did you
as you should? So
did you
that is, she said for newborn babies, Sister Freedom. You can say, oh, she meant child tax. I'm saying I don't know what she meant, because she
But
said for
executive branch don't have
newborn
no control of
babies.
that anyway, though. A
Huh?
president can't do
So,
that. A president can't dictate that. That's for Congress. A president don't
yeah,
have
well, she
no
would,
say in none of
well,
that. You
no,
saying that shit
hold
because
on,
they
Darvis.
do it
Hold on,
every
Darvis,
time they go
because
to election.
I do believe that an executive order can tackle that. I do need to look at it
Yeah, look at
again.
that.
But I do believe that executive order can start the process. But yeah, I think overall this is, you're correct, would be something that the legislators are doing anyway.
Yeah.
And she's had so many years influencing legislation. It's just always funny to me that they wait till presidency to do stuff when these people were writing legislation in Congress. So you were a congressperson. Why didn't you introduce a $6,000 child tax plan? Why are we
Exactly.
waiting for you to be the president to be like, I have all these great ideas, and you never
when you
introduced it
already there?
when you were in Congress? So,
Yeah, and not yeah.
You said
You
right.
running to be president. You can't do that shit as
Why
president.
don't
You
he
can do
do it?
that as Congress. As
Why don't he
Congress.
do it? That's the main important thing right now. So Trump said that he could just take a phone call and I can stop this war. See, guys, I know them. I can stop the war. Do it, so we all can vote for you.
Yeah, and he did it
Do
before.
prove it.
You don't have that. You don't have the standing to do it now.
Don't
Because
wait.
he don't got
He
no wars
he
under his
got
belt.
phone numbers. He talked like he Big Daddy. He got
Yeah, but
phone
he don't
numbers.
have no standing to do
Because
that now.
Just
he
do
really don't
it.
have no wars. He
All
really
you
control
gotta do
that
is
shit.
do it and prove to the world that you're a better person. Because I wouldn't care what Trump said if he did that. I don't care what Trump said if he did that. Go ahead and make that phone call, Trump, so they all
But
can say,
what
you know
about
what? We need to vote for Trump, because he just stopped. He just made a phone call over there, and the war is stopped, because he said he could do it. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
but he got to be in that
what about
capacity. Without
what
being in that
about
capacity as
when
president,
okay,
No,
so
the word don't got no meaning.
what about
Trump got big
what
dollars.
Kamala
He
said?
cool with all
How
of
much
them.
money she gonna send to them hurricane victims?
Listen, I'm telling you, the
Seven
war
hundred
right
fifty
now is
dollars.
the most important thing.
How
So,
much
and
money they send
the
overseas?
hurricane's important too. So go ahead, Trump,
How
make
much
that
money they
phone
send overseas?
call, and Robin will vote for you. Go ahead,
How much
make.
money they sent overseas, and how much money they give it to the hurricane victims?
I don't know.
Make
I
it
don't
make sense.
offhand.
They said they're gonna give us $750 for the hurricane victims. They
What?
steady sending billions of
Bro,
dollars
listen, man.
overseas.
It don't matter how many times these Democrats come up in the office and lie to us, we
What
gonna
we
still
doing?
vote for them. They lie to us every
That's all. Yo,
motherfucking time.
that stuff coming
And we
from
I'm saying
still
though,
argue about voting for these motherfuckers.
hey, listen,
COVID. COVID
seven
They
caused
even
it.
tell
They
us
seven
they
sending
ain't doing
billions of
nothing for
dollars
us.
overseas,
I mean, they
but they
wouldn't
only
hey
even,
giving
whatever we
seven
were
hundred fifty
saying
dollars
in the
to
public, what
victims
they
of
gonna do for us.
hurricanes.
They never did nothing for us. So what that
Hey,
mean? We
two
got to be
trap.
Can
insane
we
Oh my
to
Trump
think that
ain't
they
can
gonna
we
do something
acknowledge
different.
that?
Trump, he
Can we
did not.
acknowledge that?
Hey,
Show
hey,
us,
two
man.
trap. Hey, two trap. Check it on what you just said just now. The $750, right?
She said it out of her
To
mouth.
every person. Right. How many people was affected, bro?
More than enough.
No, no,
Shit, more
no.
than
I'm
two.
saying how
I
many
don't,
people was affected and add that up.
man.
No,
You
Would
can.
that come up to
I don't know,
millions?
but
I'm just
it
saying,
could
would
be
that come up
one.
to millions, almost
They don't even
billions?
add up. They don't even add up to one.
It
huh?
don't even add up to 1 million?
$750 doesn't even equate to one person.
Why would she say that? That's
Man, my
No, but
daughter in
I
Augusta
give
right
you
now. The boys
OTK,
said they
but to
got to
OTK's
qualify
point, can I
to
say
get some
something
help
real
now.
quick? To OTK's point, to OTK, your point, it could add up to billions. But when you take how much I've worked, I'm 36. I've been working since I was 15. So that's what, 21 years now? If you take all my social security, me alone, that's millions that they've taken out of my paycheck. Now, when you
Yep.
add all of us, that's quintillions. So that our social security alone can't give them back their money as far as when it comes to FEMA, it's a lie. Where's all this money going that you're taking from us that you're not giving it back to us? Is
Right,
a
right, right,
big
right. I agree
problem.
with that.
Like,
Yeah,
why is
I
you
agree
even
with that,
sending it over
Dosey.
there in the first
Hey,
place?
Dosey,
Get that
I
simple
agree with
out.
that shit there. Now, I ain't saying nothing about that part of the point. I was just throwing that out there to
No, I
trap.
feel you though. No, I feel you.
You know what I mean?
But
But
then
Man, I remember boy
to
that
Trump
would be
telling nigga,
two
dog,
trap.
you got to pay us to
That's
come
how
over
they
there.
will be able to. That's how they will be able to try to deflect from it. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
facts.
That's how they will try to
No.
be able to deflect from it. Two trap.
That's what Trump was saying. Trump
and
was
there's
saying
no
he gonna make them
outcome
pay
that's
us.
supposed to come from
You
COVID.
got to give us money. They give.
Man, when
That
Kamala
nigga told NATO, dog, if y'all want us over there doing that shit, you got to pay us. That's it for all that. We ain't
That's what.
funding
Yeah,
all
I'm
them. We
saying.
ain't putting
I
all the
respect
bills.
that. I fuck with that.
All them dead wars, that breaking nigga. We ain't doing that shit no
Give us
more.
that.
stop
So
putting
All
and
these
to Miss
countries,
Wanda,
that we protect, do they have a resource that we need?
No, this
Well,
is America, Jack.
I
no,
mean
dog.
Ukraine, in Ukraine, we just one of
No.
someone's out there. Some I don't know if it's BlackRock or someone that is a corporation just put a major headquarters out in Ukraine. But other than that, like for the people, does it benefit us? No. But usually it's about these corporations, just like Cheney, and when he was getting that oil, it's usually some behind the scenes happening that ain't for us, but it's benefiting them somehow.
Exactly.
But y'all do know, because of the material that comes out of Ukraine that we use to make guns,
Man, come on with that
that
shit.
we used to make, because we finding other
No,
stuff
that
in
makes sense.
now. We finding other stuff now to make guns
Listen,
with.
man.
But these guns never jam. Hold on, Dawes, can I finish, please? These guns do not jam at all. A Russian AK does not jam. I don't give a damn if it been in mud for a year. It don't jam. It don't get hot.
You know that?
That's why
Yeah.
Russia want Ukraine back, brother. That was one of
Ken,
Russia's main resources. This is what this whole war is about. They want their property back. They saying,
you
yo,
remember
y'all
World War II?
You're gonna have to
from
take
us.
care of them guns.
Y'all remember World War
I
II?
believe you, OTK. It's always something
Listen,
like that.
man.
How many
Always.
y'all niggas remember World War II?
Every country that we protect, dog, except this religious countries. It's
How many y'all niggas
one
remember
religious
World
I
War
country
remember
that
II?
we
World War
protect.
II. That's the one where
All right.
we dropped the Hiroshima, right, and the Japanese and stuff. World
Yeah,
War
yeah.
II.
Now, yeah. Remember what happened to Germany when Germany fell? How Germany was divided between the Soviets and what we now call NATO. The people that controlled NATO, they put all those misplaced Jewish people in Israel. Where did the Soviets put their misplaced Jews at? In Ukraine. Those aren't Soviets. Those are so-called Jews. Keep that in mind.
They think that they're some of the most holiest people. that followed the
Of
Bible the
course,
right
but
way.
yeah, I know, but they know they ain't though.
Ukraine, and Russia.
Yeah, I know. I
We
understand what you're saying,
doing
but
the
That's
the
same
people
thing
that's
we
over there
doing right
populating
now.
that land right now, those are the
Dulcinea.
people from the Germany the people from Germany that were displaced.
Fast forward.
Oh, what
Dulcinea.
Biden Hombre said is a fact. That Biden's son has billions in Ukraine. What's up, Sister Freedom?
I
oh,
just
man.
wanted
You
to
talking
make
about
sure you
Hunter?
asked Two Chop to
Yeah.
apologize because what it says is Kamala Harris, she was speaking, and she said FEMA is providing $750 for each vote. FEMA is added to what they are offering for help. She said FEMA. You want me to let you hear it? She's talking.
What?
You want to hear her say it?
Wait, so FEMA is the organization where they get help. So where is it saying she's adding
Along
on
with
top of
their
that?
help. She said it's right
That's the
here.
only one put up is FEMA
Hold on.
Yeah, the
as a
only
government
one that's going to
organization.
help you in a hurricane is FEMA. No one else puts up any money. FEMA is the government organization
Okay,
that
now
helps during a
Well,
hurricane.
let me
FEMA
hear it.
wasn't giving billions away to Ukraine. Well, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like you
So wait, I'm
Yeah, but
saying, did it say
the first
FEMA is
letter, first
giving
acronym is federal.
750 additional, or is it saying FEMA is giving 750? If it says FEMA is giving 750, that is not additional. That's what Two Trap is saying, that you're only getting 750 from
She said,
FEMA.
along with our help, FEMA is giving 750. She said, along with our help, FEMA is giving $750 each for each person for
Yeah, but
food
those who
and
qualify,
here.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's
nothing.
nothing in
My daughter live in
comparison.
Augusta, and they
Still,
don't got
seven
lights
hundred and fifty
or fucking
dollars.
gas. Excuse me, they don't got lights or water now still, and she live in Augusta.
I can't even
Ukraine
get the
got
new
more.
iPhone with
it's
that.
I can show
also
you
out.
Ukraine getting more for sure.
Wait a minute.
I can't get the new
She
iPhone with that.
said FEMA
Only
is.
way you get more than $750 from them boys is if you came from
I don't know.
Venezuela
I didn't pick
or
that up.
Haiti. They
That
got caught up in that storm.
I don't know that.
Where
I
does
do
the
not know
federal
why
government get most of their money from, y'all?
was picked. I don't know that. I
Texas.
don't know.
Where did the
No, no,
federal
no, 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 no,
government get their
no,
money
no,
from?
no, no, no. Where,
They get it from the
Dosey, where
people.
does the federal government get most of their money from?
They get it from the federal government workers.
Let's look at perfect
Oh,
entry.
okay.
I think they get it. I think they get it from our money that we're putting in. I think the most money they have is Social Security. I think so, but I don't
But
know.
listen though, sis, if
That
you
can be true
notice,
too. Yeah, that can be
feds,
true too.
if
Yeah.
you notice,
I,
feds
I
might
don't
take
know,
the
but
most out
that
your
sounds like that
check,
could be true.
but feds also give you the most in return. Correct? Not your state.
Yeah, but the
Well, hold on,
return is just the amount of money that they predicted you to have to pay when
No, that's a
troops came
fact.
out.
The Fed
They
does.
give you
You
the
get the
change
most
back.
as a
hold on.
federal tax
Yeah,
return. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
point blank.
agree.
Point
But
blank. Where
they
does
give
the
you back is the
federal
change.
government money? What backs the federal government, y'all? Point blank.
Nothing.
That's
You
where the
talking
money
about
come
right
from.
now? You talking about
Yes.
Taxes,
right now? Nothing. Nothing.
taxes,
What backs the federal government?
The tax,
Y'all say
taxes, and
the
the United
federal,
Nations.
the
Excuse me,
Federal Reserve is
excuse
not
me,
backed by anything right
the
now.
Federal
man,
Reserve.
the Federal Reserve
They're,
backs the
they're,
federal government. Who owns
the
the
Yeah,
Federal
but
Federal
Reserve
that's the
Reserve?
is
thing.
not backed right.
Hold up. Do
It's
we
a
own the
private.
Federal
Private
Reserve?
bankers,
It's a
those private
private
bankers though.
organization. It's a
Thank
private
you.
organization.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
the
So
most of
who
their
is
money that they
really,
making come
hold on
from
now.
taxes.
So who is really giving this aid to Ukraine? Is it us per se, or is it the
Yes,
Federal Reserve,
it's
who
us.
always funds both sides of the war? Come
Yeah,
on,
but the
y'all.
Federal Reserve ain't giving Ukraine no goddamn money. We giving Ukraine money.
Them boys fund both
You
sides
ain't
of the
giving
war
me
since
money, Darvin.
existence. Since
No.
existence, they
Barbecue
fund both
chicken.
sides of the war.
Okay.
War makes money for the federal government.
But
Federal Reserve.
okay, but Congress is passing things to say Ukraine is getting this money, getting that money. So
Yeah.
for them to say that FEMA is only giving
Who pays them?
750,
Sis, if
that's
we go back
low.
to
That's
our
very
own
low.
money,
Not
sis,
$750.
if we go back to our own money, if we go back
That
to
is
our
Man, they
own
low
told
for
my
someone
daughter
that
because she
lost
don't own her own
everything in a
fucking house, she don't
hurricane.
qualify for that.
That's
That's for
not a
the
lot of money.
homeowners.
That's not even a month. That doesn't even last
Exactly.
you a month for food in a house of 4 people. 750 will not even get you through the month.
Yeah,
right,
no,
right.
They
That's not
gotta.
a
That's not even gonna pay for gas or the generator.
yeah.
I know
That's
I'm
not
agreeing
shit
with
now,
Dulcinea with
Dosi.
that. I
I
don't know
agree
where
with
they
you with
came up
that.
with that amount,
I
Dulcinea.
agree with you with that,
You got
Dosi.
it.
That's
You got
not
it.
no
I
fucking money.
don't know
But
what
we're
that.
talking about
You got
FEMA.
it.
But
Okay.
they
You got
FEMA
it.
is United States rand, correct? That's not backed by the federal government, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think it's different
You got
people.
it.
The F stands for the
No,
But
federal.
FEMA,
isn't it
FEMA,
what
FEMA
Niambi
is an
said? It's
acronym. The F stands
Federal
for federal.
Emergency Management Agency.
Yes.
Isn't that what it is? The Federal
Yeah.
Emergency Management Agency.
Yeah.
okay,
That's
so
FEMA
that
is.
means
I'm
a
still
You got it.
federal
trying
You got
to
it. Okay.
emergency.
how
But you
many
got
Listen,
it.
listen to the key
organizations
word.
given.
Hold on, y'all.
A
Hold on,
lot of
y'all. Listen to the key
organizations.
word. Emergency. All right. So listen, y'all. When we dealing with two different entities here, we're dealing with the Federal Reserve backing Congress,
The key word is
paying
matriarch.
Congress, backing everybody else. And now we dealing with us paying our money to the state. That's why your state has its own treasury because of taxes. The federal government is funding these wars, y'all. They the ones who sending all this money. If we were sending all this money, everything will go sky high. I'm talking about everything.
Everything
Gas
is
will go
sky high.
no, dog. I'm talking about you will see a drastic change. Shit will go from $10 to $20, bro. I'm
It
talking about
did.
no, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Man, eggs went from goddamn
No,
$1 and change,
No,
nigga, damn near $4. Gas
it
went
didn't.
from
because
$1 and change to damn near fucking $4.
COVID. You know why things were so high because of COVID.
No, because the Democrats got in there. Let's be honest.
Oh my God, the Democrats always still
Yes.
been there. What are you
Hey,
talking about?
look, hey,
No,
listen,
eggs went up under
be
Biden,
honest.
not Trump. The eggs, because the eggs got to a point that they were like double digits here in Texas,
But
and that was
wasn't
under Biden, not Trump.
because of COVID. I
Exactly.
said Trump had nothing to do with it. I said, on Dulcinea, I didn't say Trump had anything to do with it. I said COVID because
But it was after COVID started mellowing out. This just recently happened.
it didn't start mellowing out until when
Listen,
Biden
during COVID,
Yeah,
gas still was
COVID and Trump is the same
$1.47
thing
a
because
gallon.
it was the same
oh my
merge.
God, every time. Jarvis, okay. When Trump was in, when it was at its peak, it was high. Yes. And then after, can you imagine all of the backlash from after he got out? COVID was still in. All that was still going on. Stop.
Why was Trump
Now
at his high? Can I ask you a question? Why was Trump at his high?
because that's when it started. That's when
Okay,
everybody
so why was
going
Trump at
crazy
his high
about it.
then?
All the people was dying and all of that. Stop it.
Why was Trump at his high?
You know what? Stop playing. Why does people got selective memories? Do you remember all the people during Trump's time, be all the dead bodies and all kinds of stuff? Oh, you know what? I know y'all don't like Kamala, but that's fine. But we still gotta tell the truth.
I don't know,
I
because that was a major
itself.
conspiracy at the time. I do not want to be mean to anybody as far as it that really feel like their people died from COVID. But there was a major conspiracy at the time where nurses were saying it doesn't matter what people are dying from, they're putting COVID. They weren't giving the proper tools, they weren't giving the proper respiratory benefits to certain communities and then giving them to others. They were killing people.
They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do.
Yeah, they did. They got orders to kill these niggas.
I'm in that field. That's what I know what I'm talking about. I'm in that field.
You probably is, baby.
It was.
You might be one of them people.
Not only that, the shots is killing people too.
Word.
Yeah, and Joe Biden mandated those shots. He was the one that made the mandate for them. So yeah, we got to be careful about the shots or anything. But it was Joe Biden that mandated them and then apologized for it later.
Right, because they didn't know what to do, Dulcinea. But Trump was telling people to put bleach inside of a thing to shoot it up with.
But they cured
it. He didn't tell. Let's be real. It was dumb as hell what he said, but he didn't tell people to drink bleach. He said, we're finding that bleach has properties to kill the virus. So he told Fauci.
No, he didn't say bleach. He said chlorophyll.
No, he did say bleach.
He said chlorophyll.
So he told Fauci He told Fauci to go and try to figure out how we can take bleach and consume it so it can kill the virus. That was dumb as hell. But he didn't tell people just to drink
Nigga,
bleach. He said,
have ever
let's figure
consumed
out
bleach
how
in
to
the
use
fucking
this.
vaccine.
Yeah, but Trump fired Fauci no more. Remember, he got rid of he separated from the whole the World Health Organization.
Vaccine anything.
Nah, man, he
But
let
no, I don't believe
Fauci.
everything that went down with that
I know,
because
but I know
we
he was the
saw
plan.
how it was taking out Europe. It was demolishing Europe. And then they tried to make it seem like it was taking out us at the same rate, and it really wasn't. I mean, yes, I know people that lost people, but it did not take out us at the amount of Europe. I know my brother, he has diabetes and he's overweight, and he didn't even feel COVID when he was diagnosed with it. He had none of the symptoms. So it was not taking out everybody. So the people that it wasn't taking out, then they pushed us to go get this shot. So
And the
more people
hospital
I
got a
know
lot of
that were
kickback
like
too.
me, they died of the shot, not from COVID.
To work.
You ever look at how much kickback the hospitals got for every person that died in their facility that was blamed on COVID?
None of my kids took the shot. My mom didn't take it. My
I ain't
dad,
taking it.
my dad is I think he did take the shot. And my sister took it. Let me tell you something. My sister is gone. My sister is gone. And
Shout
my
out to
mom
y'all,
always
sister.
say that she think it's because of that shot. My brother too. My sister died 1 year. My brother died the next. Now, I mean, they could say it was from a heart attack because that's what they were saying that was happening from that shot. I just don't trust it. And people could give me all the excuses that they want. That shot. Oh, no, she was overweight. My sister been overweight for a long time.
Who came up with the shot?
And Sister Freedom, dollars can tell you, dog, in our community, dog, we seeing young people die from heart attacks.
Different. And my brother's
Man, we walk around with motherfucking normal, dog. Ain't nobody wearing no that.
So
People wear masks
all
and
I'm
whatnot.
saying
Man,
though, in 2020, we did not see it devastating us the way it started devastating us afterwards. And what I'm
within
saying
the
is there was a
first
big
6 months.
there was a big conspiracy of why it was really devastating us. Was it devastating us because they weren't giving us the proper equipment? They weren't doing the things. They were even like locking people up away from their families only for them to die. So it's not something that we know for sure that we can say just blame Trump for it, because the fact of it,
I'm talking about that COVID itself.
yeah, that it is COVID itself, but there was a conspiracy. There definitely was conspiracies going on during that, because when it first came out, it was nothing more than the flu. And then over time, it progressed to this super deadly thing. But when we were first in 2020, when it was first, people were getting COVID, all they were having is flu-like symptoms.
I think it
That was
actually
it.
started in 2019. I do. Because I remember a patient that I had with the same system, with the same symptoms. And then they put him on the oxygen and then he died.
The respirator?
Remember him having the same exact symptoms. So I think it started in late 2019, to be honest. Because I mean,
Absolutely, it did. Yep, it
That
did.
sounds about right.
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
But it became a big thing, though. Yeah, it became a big thing.
Jarvis, I think at first people didn't realize that what it was. And then they started realizing it in 2020.
And Jarvis, I remember when that shit hit here. It was after Mookie died. After Mookie died, boy, you know what I mean? They was like, yo, only certain people can work, y'all.
Yeah, they was like, you couldn't even go in the hospitals to
I understand what you're saying, man. I understand what you're saying. I remember that also.
Memorial
Who
Day.
wasn't allowed to have funerals? I lost my brother and my sister. And
they dying young.
That shot. I do.
Young.
I think that shot did a lot. I think that shot did more damage than anything, man. It's good.
Yeah, that shot, and
if you look at all the people who still that got the shot, man, they still catching COVID.
Yeah, because they don't go get
like about 3 months ago, she had COVID. She took that goddamn shot. And I'm talking about everybody around her. She the only one end up with COVID.
Me, You lying
Well,
to me?
y'all know the shot includes COVID.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they said they was giving.
So they
and
always
live
gonna
Ain't
have.
nobody
No,
still
it
getting that
doesn't.
shit,
Listen
No,
bro.
it
now.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It
Dopey.
hasn't. It's
it
about
has
to. It's the new shot is about to be a strand of COVID,
They
but
said
no, the
they,
beginning shots had no strand of the COVID. It
well, I
only
That
know
had
first
I know what
fight.
mRNA.
like I'm telling
Yeah,
you
the
guys,
Like
coronavirus.
Miss Wanda is saying, it was an mRNA
so
shot.
the
So they
antibiotics
were
like
nanobites is
fight off
supposed to attack your RNN DNA that was supposed to cure you
Okay.
somehow.
Well, let me
now.
ask you. Let me ask you
Dulcinea,
this,
they
baby girl.
told us that it
Our
had it.
nanobites
They
program. Oh,
told us that
Sister
it did.
Freedom, your mic low. That's why we can't hear you, Sister Freedom.
I'm
Turn your mic
sorry.
up some, Sister
No,
Freedom. Go
it
ahead.
did because the heart attack that you're
Hold on,
saying.
Dopey. I'm gonna let Sister Freedom finish.
They
Go ahead,
told
Sister
us
Freedom.
that it
My bad.
did, Dulcie. So your antibodies could fight it off if you do happen to get it again. So they was giving it to you
Correct.
so you could go through whatever symptom. People was getting sick when they got the shot. They was getting sick. So they was going through the whole symptoms of having COVID. And then they said they're doing it so you can go ahead and get it over with. So then when you get it, your antibodies will fight it off. I was
I
like,
know
No, but
that
I
because they
remember
introduced a
for a
small
fact.
amount
Hold
to
on,
you.
Darvin. Hold on, let me respond because you're talking to me. Because I remember for a fact I can give you the black doctor that created this. No, it did not have a strand of COVID in it. That was the big new
she was the first.
revolutionary
Turn
thing.
up.
That
Turn up.
all the other shots, any other flu shot, anything has a strand of the actual virus that you're gonna experience until this shot. This shot did not have a strand of the virus that you were experiencing. It would only have mRNA. mRNA would make you feel like you got the strand, but you didn't. It would tell your RNA DNA that you got sick and you would go through the motions of getting sick, but it was strictly a nanobite that was talking to your mRNA. It did not have anything, any strand of COVID in that shot. That's why it was so big. And then they actually tested the mRNA because I read the actual the beginning test of it, and one of the warnings when they first were testing the mRNA was the mitosis. That the people that were testing this were finding that more people that were getting these RNA shots were experiencing heart attacks. They said that that was just a one-off. They wrote over that whole test that the scientists did, proving that mitosis and blood clotting was symptoms of this new mRNA shot, but they were like, hey, it's not affecting as many people, or it's still the best to do, so they move forward with it. But the big thing about that shot is that it did not have a strand of COVID in it. They are
let me
saying they are developing the one that has a strand of COVID in it now, but the one that they released did not have any strands of COVID in it.
okay. I'm gonna say this to y'all, and I think y'all need to listen to what she just said. These people could make an imitation of COVID. That is what she's saying. They made an imitation of it, and you,
Facts.
and you
So
don't think
what's the
and,
imitation of
wait a minute, and
COVID?
you don't think that that's dangerous, and you don't think that I know what it is, and you can't tell me you don't know what it is, and you can make a imitation of it.
So
You
what is
telling
COVID
me
imitating?
that was
They made
planned?
it though.
Listen.
It's
That was
imitating the
planned.
virus.
Imitation means you know what it is,
But what
and
is
you can make
okay?
an
What is
imitation
COVID
of
Right.
it.
imitating?
Bro, they
Listen,
already know what COVID was, man. You
it
got
had
COVID
to.
and then you
It
got
had to.
COVID-19, bro. Let's be for
So
real
what is
now.
Imitation.
COVID
COVID
though? What is
COVID
it?
came out way long time ago. Long
Yeah,
time ago. They
long
was
time
catching
ago.
COVID
Because it
from
was on our
dogs, from
lifestyle.
Yeah,
animals.
with the coronavirus though.
You know what I mean? The
Coronavirus, same
coronavirus.
thing.
Yeah, the
Well, they're
Same
coronavirus.
not
thing.
quite the same.
But
Right.
listen
They
to this.
took go ahead. Go ahead.
Cold? You catch
I'm
the
trying to
cold?
make a
You got the
point here, and
flu?
I hope it
I mean, what
seems
we
like
doing?
OTK is hearing what I'm saying. Listen, you gonna tell me that if you can make a copy of something, right? First of all, if it was just flu, how in the hell did it spread all the way around the world like that from one or two individuals? How? I don't care what nobody say. This was planned. They did it on purpose. They knew what they was
Facts.
doing. And they did it on purpose. They knew what they was doing. It's silent warfare, biological, bio,
It was
whatever,
spread psychologically.
warfare. You know what I'm saying? They knew what they was doing. They
Let me
knew what they was doing.
let me
Ain't
ask
no
y'all a
way in the world
question.
they can make a copy of something and they don't know what it
Yeah.
is.
Hey, Sister
Psychological
Freedom, I
spread.
want you to answer real quick. I want everybody to answer this just real quick.
I'll
How
answer.
do you think? What do you think would be the fastest way to spread something like that,
Just
Through
like
Sister
what they
fear.
did
Freedom?
with COVID.
All over the world,
All
Sister
over the
Freedom.
world.
Through
All
Yep.
over the world. The same way they did with COVID.
No,
through
I'm just
And
fear.
saying.
they
How
backed it
would you
up.
think?
And Dulcie
How would
know
you
that
think?
this is true. The backup was the shot.
Immunization shots.
The shots was the
Oh,
backup to
y'all would
make
say the
sure that they killed
immunization
more people.
shots.
And they still saying that people are still dying from them shots. They knew exactly what they
And
were
no, I think from the beginning of the test, because you got to think about it. The first thing they made us run out and do was what? Start getting Q-tips from them.
Yeah.
And remember, they released that. I think the Washington Post released that most of those were infected with the virus.
I can believe it.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I wanted to find out what y'all
Yes,
think.
ma'am.
Like, how do y'all think it first hit? It didn't hit over here. How do y'all think this was able to spread over the world at such a fast rate? Like they say it did. Maybe it didn't, but let's just say, how do y'all think? I want y'all to just answer that. Darva said the immunization shot. What you say,
Well,
Sister Freedom? How do you think?
How I think that it spread all over the world. Let me
That
see. I forgot.
fast?
Through water. I don't know.
Zoe, turn that down,
Water.
please.
Ooh, water. Okay. What you think, Two Trap?
I'm not even really. I gotta think about
You
how.
say that. Hold on.
Oof.
Say that again.
Yeah, I know. Well, how do you think they
And
spread
food.
that
See, because you gotta keep this in
virus
mind.
that
The
fast
port,
over
the
the
port,
world?
the port.
But they spread it through fear.
Hold on. Sister Freedom still talking. Sister Freedom.
The port.
She be
The
stopping
port.
and then she keep
See,
going.
what you gotta keep in mind, a lot of stuff comes from overseas that we eat. You know, down the port where the men all be working all down there. It's not a lot of girls, but a lot of men
Well,
work down the
I
port
feel like
too.
they spread a lot of that. They spread a lot of that through fear, through
No, not the fear, bro. I'm talking about
psych
the actual. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
he's
the
talking about
actual
the
flu virus. I'm talking about the actual
virus.
the
flu virus.
actual
Yeah, how do you
No,
think
I
that spread?
People buy
I
stuff.
agree though. I agree with Two Trap on it a little bit because think about it.
because it has to go
In
through a spiritual before it gets to the physical.
a new flu comes out every winter season.
That's
So it
true.
was something that a flu was going to come out anyways, and we've been experiencing coronavirus. So think
They
about
said
it
the
like
COVID
this.
was supposed to
We
be
were
dying.
experiencing coronavirus, but they made us be like, oh, now there's a new strand. They made us fear it and they made us go get their test. And then they gave it to us through getting their test. Their
Or
test
maybe the
had it
flu,
in the strand
or
in those
maybe,
Right.
or maybe the
Q-tips.
flu
So
made
we
it
don't get
worse, though,
colds no
bro.
more. We don't get
Hold on,
flus
Yeah,
Two
no
Trap.
the
more.
Hold on.
testing made
Niggas
it
can't get a
worse.
cold no more.
When people were
Yeah, hold
getting
on,
tested, that
Two
made
Trap.
it worse.
Right. So the reason
Remember,
why I
remember back
asked
in the
y'all
day, we
that
just get
is
colds and
because,
shit. Oh, you got
hold
a
on,
cold. You just do what you gotta do.
hold
No,
on,
you
Two Trap.
can't get a cold no more. Now
No,
it's corona.
I was trying to get a
That's what I'm
basis,
saying.
since we all saying that this coronavirus happened, that we all can sometime have, okay, that flows through a common cold or flu, turned into this COVID-19 thing, which happened a long time ago. Now y'all go and research it. This shit happened a long time ago too, and it killed a lot of people back then too. But how did it spread worldwide?
How many people did it
That's
kill?
what I'm asking. Darvis said the immunization shot. Sister Freedom say the water. Two Trap. What do you say? How do you think it spread worldwide, bro?
How do I think that the coronavirus spread worldwide?
Yeah, let's say coronavirus. Yeah, let's stick with that. That's a better name. We know what
Yeah,
we talking about. We know what we talking about, but yeah, let's stick with that name.
I got
Go
him. I'm
ahead.
gonna bring him up there with me. It spread. You hear me?
Oh,
It spread it through fear.
through fear. So you don't think it was real?
No,
Okay,
not at all.
okay.
Not at all.
And
Can I
Dulcinea, you
explain
don't think
myself?
it was
Can I
real
explain
neither,
myself before
Dulcinea.
you
That's
start
why
going
you
there?
said,
No, I was saying it's real. What they did was the tests were infected. They sent those tests everywhere. So think about it. We all get cold.
Everybody
But
get tested.
now they're saying there's a new cold that's
They
even
good.
worse,
They
and we
got it.
all
They
have to
covered
go and
up. They
take
good.
this test. I know people were lined up to take tests that weren't feeling any symptoms, but they were lined up car to take this test to make sure they didn't have COVID everywhere, worldwide. Those Q-tips had strands of COVID-19 on them when people were getting tested. I remember I never got tested till later, but the people that went out and right away got tested, they got it the worst.
But listen, somebody said Popeye's chicken got it.
yeah,
No,
I
I'm
had
with
to.
Miss Wanda about that too. I'm with Miss
Man,
Wanda
Miss
on that
Wanda,
because
hey, I had
Popeye's
to trip
chicken
Miss Wanda.
was a craze amongst black people and all this other stuff. And then, like,
Man,
what were y'all putting in that
Popeyes in
sandwich?
churches, Popeyes in churches been crazed by
And
us.
Chick-fil-A. Let's stop with
Yeah, but that's
Chick-fil-A.
that clone Tyrone. That's why I had the trip. I said, not the chicken. That's that they clone Tyrone. They was getting to it.
No, I
They had
believe that too. The clone Tyrone that they'll put stuff in the chicken. I believe that. Because no,
I
another thing is that people were reporting when the shot came out that there were like black people that would be like, okay, I'm gonna go to the rich white neighborhood to get the shot, right? And they were being reported that they were turned around saying they didn't have the proper tools to give them the shot and that they needed to go to black neighborhoods to get the shot. Why? Why we're all getting the same shot? They try to say, oh, it's because of genetics or anything, but that's not how a virus shot should work. There's not virus shots for black people and white people and Hispanic people. It's not
yes,
different.
yes,
They're not
yes,
the
it is, baby.
same.
Yes, it is,
It ain't the
baby.
same.
Because they
They're not the
tested on a
same.
white mice, they tested on a black mice, and they tested on a brown mice first before it goes into humans. So that's how they
Wait,
say,
so you're
oh,
saying the
yeah,
chicken
they
pox
going off of color. Yeah,
vaccine,
they going
you're
off of
saying the
damn
chicken
color.
pox vaccine is different for black people than it is for white people?
I don't know what the hell a chickenpox vaccine is. Shit, I ain't never
Well,
had that
that's
shit.
what I'm talking about. I've never heard a vaccine be race-based
No, no,
until
no,
they were saying that the COVID was the vaccines, people were being turned away for different neighborhoods.
We shouldn't
Well,
even
sis,
be
what I'm telling you,
arguing over
sis,
vaccine because
all
you.
vaccines, all medicines that's created in these laboratories are based on colors of mice.
They were trying to.
So what are we
All
arguing
right?
over right now?
No, we ain't arguing. No, we ain't never arguing. These my sisters
No.
now.
I was
Vaccine
just saying because of I saw many
vaccines are
reports
not
that
for
vaccines
the
people were saying that they were
neuromelanated.
being turned away from getting the vaccine in certain
That's
neighborhoods and being told to go to a different neighborhood to go get the vaccine shot because they were black.
ooh,
Never heard of that.
somebody said a key thing in the chat. They say the GMO foods.
So what is she arguing?
Y'all notice all of a sudden that they giving all this farmers back their rights now, right? For us to start back growing big farms again, right? Stay woke. Damn. The foods, the water. Two Trap said it's made believe. It ain't true.
I didn't say that.
I just asked you how you said it was spread by fear, right?
I didn't say no make believe with you. You put words in my mouth.
Hold on. All right, Two Trap. I asked, how do you think the coronavirus was spread? You said fear, correct?
Yeah, it was spread. Yeah, coronavirus was
All right.
spread through
All
fear.
right.
Right.
Okay, so you believe that it's not true because it was spreaded by fear. So that means the coronavirus was never true. Or the
The
way that they
corona
spread it was never true.
the coronavirus is it's a fear mongering tactic to get people on the same page as the go with the agenda. Yeah.
All right, but COVID coronavirus is real, my brother.
So
It's as
coronavirus
real
is
as the flu. If we gonna name something the flu, which we call a common cold for us,
so you one of those.
you know,
All
they
right, I
name it,
got you.
they name it the flu though.
All right, you one of
You
those.
see
All
what
right,
I'm
I'm
saying?
listening.
So
School me.
that's why I asked you, how do you think that passed along, bro? Not
What's in
not
the
on the fear.
coronavirus?
I understand what you're saying.
So
Yeah, the
when the
fear thing.
last time you had it?
Fear
When
thing
the last time you heard of
definitely
somebody? I got you. When the last time you heard of somebody had a cold?
had a cold.
Yeah, cold. When
It's
the last
not
time?
no cold no more, dog. That's why I just told you.
And why is that?
When the last time you heard somebody had the flu?
I asked you a question. Why is that?
All right. I'm about to tell you why is that. When the last time you heard somebody had a flu?
No. Why doesn't nobody has a cold no more?
Why nobody don't get the flu no more?
What you talking about? I had a
You
cold
asking
last
questions with a
week. Josh
question.
had
I'm
a
No,
asking
cold.
no,
you a
hey,
And
Sister
question.
Freedom,
you
Sister
don't
Freedom,
get
hold on,
cold.
Sister Freedom, hold on real quick. Hold on. I'm trying to get him to answer his. I understand what he's saying, but I'm trying to tell him, like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, bro. Why nobody got a cold no more? The same reason why nobody got a flu no more. Your
You're not
flu is
answering the
considered as
question.
COVID, bro.
You're not
Your
answering the
cold is
question.
considered as COVID, bro.
And why is that?
What you mean? Why is that?
What do you mean what I mean? I'm asking you a question.
Because
Why is
they
it?
call it that. Because they call it that.
But who is they?
All right, well, I'm gonna leave this alone because this is this is about to go because we know who the damn they is, dog.
The
Listen, I'm very
scientists
educated, bro.
and those
I'm
people.
very educated, my dog. Two Trap. I'm very,
I'm
very
hey, bro.
educated, my nigga.
I'm not saying
I'm
that you're
just
not
saying. Hey, hold
educated.
on, let me finish, man.
I'm
Hold on, bro. Don't cut
But
me off. I
what
didn't
do
cut
you
you off.
mean? You
I'm
know who it
very
is.
educated, my dog. We know
I'm
who
not
the
saying you're not
we know who
educated. I'm
the
just
they
asking you
is, bro.
questions.
We don't have to call it out. We gotta protect sisters. Them show you call out certain things, YouTube will strike you.
Sure will.
Certain things you gotta watch what you
Okay,
talk about, bro.
we'll
That's why.
minimize
That's
it.
why.
We'll put it in, but we'll use another word there. You smart enough.
The mean man. Listen.
All right, hey, listen,
Why
man.
are you
Everything
trying
good,
to act
man.
like you don't know what he's talking about? Two-Step, where you
Yeah,
been at?
yeah. Like
Nah,
he don't know who made it up. Like he don't know who made it up.
they was trying to get rid of us, baby. And guess what? The 1% law counts too. You got a little bit in you going too. They was trying to kill us.
Hey, Dosey, is a
Unbelievable.
common cold
They
in the
put it
flu?
on. They put it in on a whole bunch of stuff. And what I
Is the
was trying to
common
say about the
cold
people at the
Dosey? Is the
docks,
oh shit?
have people at the docks down there getting
Because I'm like,
kinds
I
of
don't,
food.
I don't, I
All right, hey,
haven't
two
been.
trap, two trap. Hold
All
up,
right, so
mute your mic real quick, bro. Hey,
Wait,
Dosey, hey,
let me ask a
is
question.
a common cold
I was
cold
talking.
natural?
yes,
I
Could be.
mean, yeah, I would call it natural. I mean, it's a natural
All right,
virus.
is the flu natural?
Yes.
All right, is COVID natural?
No.
no.
Well,
Be careful, y'all. Be
coronavirus,
careful,
yes.
y'all.
Coronavirus, yes, it's natural. That's why it's on bleach. That's why Trump said that dumbass shit, because it is a natural flu, coronavirus. Now, when we get to C-19, we know that there's
It's a little
No,
conspiracies
different.
around it. So it's
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
same. But we
When you
had
add
been
that
getting
19 though,
coronavirus. That's not new. Coronavirus is not new.
not new.
It
it's
was a
not.
virus that we've been having for a long time. I want to say too, they offer the flu shot because someone asked you and you still get the flu shot. They offer me the flu shot every year around the winter time. They send me
Yeah.
texts all the time to go get a flu shot. I don't get the flu
And
shot.
we know they give you the flu shot with the 19
Yep.
shot. They combine them now. So that lets you know they're the same damn thing. But they added that 19. That lets you know that something got happened. 19,
Right.
what happened to 18, 17, 16, 15? What happened to all of those?
Can I
See,
give
we
you
Okay,
a
don't
I
never
quick?
don't believe it
understand
about all, but Enoch does have a point. There's a lot of viruses that are man-made. Now, why I say not all viruses are man-made? Because there's bacteria that does cause viruses. But it is true. I mean, I don't know. Is the flu man-made? Is coronavirus the beginning of it man-made?
It had a
It's a
It
trademark.
could
see
be. It could
It's
coronavirus.
be.
trademark.
Corona is a
the
colonizer,
flu
and that's what
comes
I was
from you
trying to
having a
say.
common cold and it getting passed around and it developing into
OTK,
something.
OTK. Sorry, OTK.
Corona,
Two,
corona is a
can we listen to trap? What were you saying? Let him get this off, please.
corona is a corona is a colonizer of the common cold. See, because we grew up on the common cold. That's what we. That's what we don't know shit about no COVID or none of that. We might know some shit about some yeah. You got the cold. Oh yeah, I got a cold. I got a cold. Oh, you got the flu. You got the flu. Yeah, but see, we got some new shit now, right? So now,
I'm gonna get you. You better
hold
stop.
on. So now we got now it's a colonizer coming around. The coronavirus, that's a colonizer. You try to colonize the whole um common cold and flu era and put everything is corona now. So now everybody from Africa, I don't want to say that, but everybody from corona. So now it's like, yeah, it's all corona now. Nah, you ain't got no cold, nigga. It's corona. Nah, fuck corona. I mean, fuck the cold. It's corona. I mean, shit, I got a cold, man. Nah, you ain't got no cold. You got corona. See, that's what I'm saying. So like, that's what they did with it. Am I?
Well, anyway, we're going to get off in about 10, 15 minutes because my eyes is heavy.
Hey,
My
Two Trap,
eyes
I
start
agree
getting.
with that. Two Trap, I
You
agree
feel?
with
That's
that.
that's what I was saying though. I
Okay,
Yeah, I
wasn't saying
understand what
disagree.
you're
yes,
saying.
Two Trap. We
My
already
bad.
heard you, Two Trap. We got here Robert Ford,
All right,
and then
respect.
baby, Two Trap. We got to
All
see
right.
you Friday. What's today? I don't even know what today is. I'm getting sleepy.
Hey, so y'all don't believe vaccines work?
Fuck
No.
no, nigga.
Then
Hell
So
Two
no.
let me
Trap.
ask you a question.
Trap.
Let me ask you a
You
I'm
question.
got,
sorry.
I believe, bring that immune system up, and that might help. Because let me tell you, all I know is vitamin C and all the rest of this stuff. Say I didn't get, and I was right around people. I was nurse working right with them. I could tell you
Y'all
what all the stuff that I did. Nothing happened to me.
did y'all ever catch chicken pox when y'all was young?
Yeah, we all had chicken pox.
No,
No,
I
I
never
never.
did.
No, I've
That's
never
because
had
of
chickenpox.
vaccines. Shout out to the chickenpox vaccine that took it out, so I never had to experience it.
I had
That's what I
chicken.
was just about to say.
Yeah,
A
but
lot
how
of
did
young
it take it
people.
out when people now catch chiggers?
OTK, y'all gotta go ahead, Rob. 1 second, y'all.
What I was saying was, like, I caught it when I was young, so
I did too.
I got the vaccine and stuff. So my kids, they ain't never had to worry about catching chicken pox, and it's based off. You know what I'm saying? I got vaccinated, and their mother had got vaccinated when she was young, just like I did when I was young. So now our children didn't have to worry about ever catching that. Like most kids today ain't got to worry about catching chicken pox, all because we was vaccinated when we was younger. Most of us, our parents took us to get them shots. You couldn't go to school without getting certain shots. I don't know how it
My
is
family
where
had
y'all
it.
from, but where I'm from, if you didn't get those shots, you couldn't even go to school.
Mm. Well, it must have been because my son ain't never got no shots like that.
No, we had a certain one, malaria and stuff like that, that we had to take. But there's a point to that, Robert Lee. I would ask you because I'm familiar with chickenpox in that way, and that the vaccine, it made it hereditary that it's not really necessary for your child to have the vaccine as well. The immunity was already passed down through you. So now when they introduce vaccines now that you got to get yearly, every 6 months, every 3 months. I mean, based on what we know vaccines to be, would that really be a vaccine?
I mean, I let
Where
the
did the pop come
experts
from?
answer that question. I can't say whether or not it's a vaccine or not, but I do trust the medical professionals when it comes to that. And my only reason is because, you know, people are passionate about things that they do. Just like I'm quite sure if you work a job that you like doing and it's something that you grew up wanting to do, you take it seriously. And that's what a lot of these doctors do. Like, you know what I'm saying? They ain't went to school and pass getting goddamn D's. They
I
was
know some
making B's and
cussing.
A's and acing these tests. Cause like you got to get it right. So like I yield to those people with those type of credentials with that right there. I trust them to come up with a better solution than I would be able to come up with myself. As far as like with the C-19, I went and got vaccinated. Even though I never caught it, but I still went and got vaccinated. I went and got the booster shot and all.
Wow.
And but look, I'm
Back in
still
these
alive.
I took all that we call all that.
Look, think about listen. Y'all remember when this first came out, how a lot of black people was
Booster shot.
confusing computer viruses with the C19 virus, right? Y'all remember that? People were saying the 5G is spreading it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, baby. Somebody fell off.
Yep,
Robert
5G
Z.
going on the network.
What I was saying was people that was believing that the 5G, that the corona, that C19 virus was being passed through the cell phone towers and stuff, that let you know they have no clue how viruses work at all. Why would you take those people advice seriously?
Why is that?
I'm asking.
Is a
Because they've
doctor
been here before?
classified in all fields?
Okay.
Huh? Is a doctor classified in all fields, Robert Lee
He's
Ford?
asking you, Robert Lee Ford.
Is a doctor classified in all fields? What you mean?
Yes.
I'm confused at that question.
In all medical fields,
In all
basically.
medical
Is a doctor qualified in all medical fields?
I mean, you got doctors that specialize in certain different things. I don't think just getting a one doctor can cover all medical fields. But to become a doctor, you got you had to go to school, medical school, what, about 8 years or more?
How much of that 8 years is on nutritional health?
I'm not sure, bro.
Is it holistic?
Man, them boys, it's hours, bro. Not years, not months. It's
So you
hours.
saying a doctor go to become a doctor, you got to have
Yes.
hours to be certified?
That's all
No,
you
he's
need.
saying basically he's like natural remedies, how much they focus on natural remedies versus
Right.
all the other things they teach. They only do it a couple hours. I could see, I forgot what it's called. It's like homotherapy or something, some kind of therapy that's like natural, holistic healing. And
Homeopathic.
yes, exactly. And they probably don't even give a class for that, huh? That's probably like a chapter in a book.
So now who are they really diagnosing? If they don't take up this course, they don't really know. So are they practicing, my brother?
I mean, of course they experimented, you know what I'm saying, with things. They learn a lot of stuff as they go. But some of the stuff is from the past, from dealing with, like for instance, they learned a lot, and I'm not saying this right, but during slavery, they learned a lot by doing a lot of fucked up experiments on our people. But a lot of good came out of them doing that fucked up shit. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not agreeing with them doing that to our people, but by them doing that, they learned a lot about the human anatomy, especially us, and how to treat certain things. And that's how we get a lot of our understanding of how to treat different diseases and heal the body now. How y'all feel
And
about
who?
Dr. Sebi or Sebi, whatever his name?
Hold on. So
Would you
are they
trust
healing
him
the
to be your
body?
doctor?
Are they healing the
Don't let.
body, bro? Or are they giving
They
you a
treating.
stimulant to prolong the sickness?
I mean, they treating it. I would say that they were treating it.
Okay,
I
they
don't think it's a
treating it.
cure for a lot of stuff,
So
but
if
there
you
is
don't go back
treatment.
and continue
Well,
to get
there's
these
a.
booster shots, you're no longer treated. So now that shot can have an effect. I'm talking about any shot that you got to keep getting and keep taking years and years and years and years and years in order for it to work. So if you don't continue to take
Yeah.
it, it can have side effects, correct? It can mess you up, right? Do they test people for that?
Yeah, all things have side effects.
There's a
This how
cure
they
for
know about the
everything.
side effects, but most of the side effects don't be death. You know, some people may have an allergic reaction to whatever's in the medicine that they prescribe to you. You know what I'm saying? That happens.
Yep.
Yeah, that does
Yeah,
happen.
my daughter. Yup. She allergic to egg, and that flu shot, man. She had allergic reaction to the flu shot.
But listen,
the first
a
shot back then had
vaccine,
egg in it.
all a vaccine
Good point.
does is train your immune system how to fight the infection. Your immune system is really what defeat
Say
the
it
virus.
again.
I say a virus, it trains your immune system how to deal with the virus. So,
Okay.
You
like for
saying the
instance,
vaccine?
they
It
used, like
programmed
back
you.
in the day, right?
Yeah.
They used to infect us with the virus, so your body, your immune system can learn how to fight the virus and build up that immunity. They don't do
So
So
that
they
no
put it
more.
in you. So
okay,
they
It's
put it in
so
basically like
let me can
microdosing.
I
So
ask you
Yeah, but
Robert
they don't
Lee,
do that no more though. They
I
don't do
was
that
I
no
can I
want
more.
to
ask you
ask you a question about that. So they don't do that anymore. Do you trust that new mRNA vaccine as much as you did as the microdosing a strand of the
Yeah,
disease?
yeah, I trust it.
Why? Why do you and what do you feel
Well,
of
I'm gonna tell
God
you,
makes
I'm gonna be honest.
mRNA?
In my position, my sister is a doctor, right? So I trust my sister ain't gonna lead me and ain't gonna put me in a messed up position. Like we don't trust, like we say we don't trust white people, we don't trust white doctors and whatnot. Okay, well my sister black, I'm black, so I ask her a lot of stuff, and if she, you know what I'm saying, if what she tell me is aligned with what the Europeans say, then hey, I take the European word. But like a lot of stuff, I ask my sister, and you know, I ask her advice on it, and a lot of times she be right. Most of the time she be right.
And
so
when the mRNA was sorry, just one more question was doing the blood clots and the myotosis and stuff like that where people were having heart attacks, was she saying like that's kind of like a one-off thing, or what
Who was having heart attacks? What you mean?
people that were taking the mRNA vaccine shots, they were having heart attacks and blood clots, it was causing that? Was that
I mean,
is that just seen as
that was happening with some people. But I think that was happening with people that already had preconditions that, you know what I'm saying, that the basically the virus, I mean the vaccine kind of made that they had like a allergic reaction. I call it that way. I say that. So and there was a lot of older people that, you know what I'm saying, that the shot wasn't really working for, and younger people. But like
can
people,
can
you
I
know
ask
what
you
I'm saying, middle age, it actually worked.
can I
Y'all
ask
do
you a
know a
question?
black woman designed the which one that was, the Moderna? I think that was
yep.
the Moderna. A black woman
My God.
basically designed that. She
Can
the
I
one.
Where is she at now?
Shit, she's still a doctor. What do you think? What do you think she is?
hey,
What
hey,
happened?
hey bro, can I
She's still
Okay,
doing her
so
thing.
Two Trap, and Robert. Just keep in mind, we just after Robert, after you can speak, we're gonna go to dots. Only take two minutes, please. Because we're tired. It's time to go to bed.
I just want to ask
Okay.
him this one question.
Who fell off? Somebody fell off. Darvis. Must have been Darvis.
I just wanted to
Okay.
ask him this one question.
Okay.
Hey brother, can I
Thank
ask
you,
you
Miss Wanda, for coming through, and definitely come back.
Who, Robert?
Oh, Miss Wanda in the chat, she said she going to bed. Feel better.
Okay.
he still there?
Hey, Neon, big
Yeah, I'm still
girl.
here.
Okay.
Hey bro, can I ask you this one?
Well, then, Two Chap, you taking your turn. Then, if you ask the question to Robert, that's your turn.
Yeah, so maybe so basically this is the last round, is what she's saying. We're getting ready to shut this down. So we're just gonna go round table, say what you got to say under 2 minutes, please. So we're gonna shut this down.
Shut it down.
All right, so then I guess I'll start. This is my closing remark.
Robert, I mean,
I think that, come
okay.
on,
I'm
Freedom.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think that we need to remember that healthcare in this country, right? A doctor is trained to practice medicine. They're not trained to practice health. So I'll repeat that, right? Doctors in this country, doctors are trained to practice medicine. They're not trained to practice health, right? So that's all I have to say. I enjoyed the conversation. Oh, and here's another piece that I did want to mention this, right? When y'all were talking about um the virus. I think like I didn't take the C-19 shot vaccination. I did not take it at all whatsoever. And I did not catch COVID. I didn't have any issues relating to that at all. I know for myself I didn't take it, and I don't take most vaccines, right? I can't tell you the last time I've taken a flu shot or anything else. But just like anything else, right? In like the natural cycle of life, things evolve, things mutate, you get used to it. So our bodies, of course, are going to develop certain antibodies to fight off infection, be it COVID or the flu, right? Is that when your body is in a healthy state for the most part, it can fight off those infections. But yeah, that's my I landed my plane. Doctors, they practice medicine, they don't practice health.
I agree.
I'm done.
Thank you, Dots. I'm gonna go ahead and close out too. Thank y'all, sisters, for having me up, man. It's been a minute since I came and kick it with y'all, and y'all just let me rock out. I appreciate y'all, man. That's how y'all do with your -2. I ain't your day one. I'm your day -2.
You too sensitive. You
I go
too
way
sensitive.
back. I'm
Love
only
you to
sensitive to
pieces.
y'all.
We
I'm
love
only
you.
sensitive to
Appreciate
y'all.
you. Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
thank y'all, man. Hey, Robert Lee and Two Trap, man, and my cousin Darvis, man. Great conversation. All those in the chat. Thank y'all for coming and showing support to the sister, to those who came over from my side that I shared it with, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Sisters always giving good information. Unscrambled minds, y'all already know. Love y'all, chiefness.
Are you saying you the -2 because we were Pan-African when you first came?
Right.
I want to say I'm
Hey,
appreciate.
Josie, you
I'm
get yours quick,
appreciative
Josie.
too.
I was gonna leave that alone. But go ahead, man. Appreciate y'all,
Thank
man.
you as
Two
well.
Trap,
I'm
I'm gonna catch you
appreciative
again,
too.
bro. Yeah,
Hey,
man, I'm gonna
peace,
catch you again.
OTK, man. Hey, love you, bro. Hey, I'm appreciative too. I listen to y'all all the time, man. I love y'all. Thank you. Yeah, peace, love, light, and healing to everybody. Yeah, peace.
Thank you.
Peace to you. Don't be a stranger to Trap.
I'll be back.
Again, please.
Yes, we appreciate
Thank
you.
you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. All right, Robert.
All right, ladies.
What do you got to say?
Oh no, I ain't got nothing to say. I
got
appreciate y'all letting me on panel. I know y'all don't know me or anything. I just had tapped in because I was hearing the conversation at the time. I was just coming in from a little party, and I was looking to see what. A lot of times when I come in, well, I'm subscribed to y'all channel,
Thank you.
so I'll be checking y'all out every now and then. I ain't gonna lie, a lot of stuff I don't agree with, but I still like to hear people's perspective on things, just to see where they head at. Because I mean, even if we don't agree on things, we still can get along.
That's true. And
And
that's what it's here for, right?
Yeah, and me and OTK, we done had run-ins, but like I mean, we good though. It ain't no thing. We from the same state, South Carolina.
Big up, South Carolina.
But y'all ladies keep doing your thing, man. Like I say, I'll be tapping in from time to time, checking y'all out.
Yes, we appreciate the support. And if feel free to share our videos. Feel free to bring a friend, to tell a friend, bring them over. And even if you don't agree with us, that's what we love. Hit the link anyway, and then we can get into it. That's what we're here for. But it's never done with any mean intent.
Yeah,
Always from a
that'd be
place
my whole
of
thing.
love and understanding, for real. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert.
And I want to say this one, my little 2
Good
minutes.
night.
Good night.
Can I get my 2 minutes?
Good night.
Good night, Robert. I know a lot of people don't agree with Kamala Harris, and there's a lot of people that don't agree with Trump. But at the same time, y'all, we still got to take care of each other. We got to know at the end of the day, it's a fight that we're going to have to fight together on. And that's how I look at it at the end of the day. We got to learn how. I don't know how it's going to happen. I just hope that it happens, that we find some way to unite and love each other and know that we have no other choice but to be there for each other. Because, this world is crazy today. So that's pretty much all I want to say with my eyes drooping. Love is free. It's free. So why not just take it? Niambi girl. Well, I just want Dulcinea Dots, y'all. Y'all, I love y'all. Y'all have a good night tonight. And our family that always come and spend time with us, we love y'all. And I'm saying, as Dots would say, cousins. I like that. Y'all have a wonderful night. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Yes,
All
peace
right.
and love, everyone. Good night.
I'm
Good
wrong.
night. Good night.
Yo, today's another day.
Good night. Bye. Good night. I'm dropping down, y'all. Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna end it now. Good night, y'all.
Good night. I'm dropping down too.
Dulcie, you sound